Is it fine now? चलो शुरुआत के 12 मिनट चॉप करने पड़ेंगे मेरे को बाद में. Anyways, now it's fine. I'll start the timer again. Here we go. 30 seconds for the first question. अब तक सबने पढ़ लिया होगा मेरे ख्याल से तो वैसे. Question number 2. Question number 3. Question number 4. All right, I'm good. Yes, that'll be a great idea. Exactly when the clock hits 7:30, I'll show the RC. And here we go. So this is your RC and you get 3 minutes. All right. I'm assuming that you guys are done with reading. Yes, it's been 3 minutes already. Let me give you 30 seconds more. Done. Abhi has done. Was it a difficult read, Abhi? Because normally I've seen that you guys read it till this time. Here comes the question. I'll give you 1 minute for each of the questions. And this is the speed you must be maintaining in the real cat. Here comes the second question. All right. So the time ends. Any question you guys want to see again? In cat also, after 10 minutes, you might, be bleeding out to 2 minutes more, maybe. So that is why I'm asking. Any questions that you missed? Because here the screen is in my control. They'll be under your control. Question two again, Avi. I thought so. You always ask for question two again. I don't know why. Cute crocodile. Who are you? Question one again. Okay, here we go. Baba, got a BA, Baba. Oh yes, Ankit, right. You are going to be a media manager now. Likes for the passage. So here we go. Let's start. So when I will be solving this, first I'll read the questions. Which idea best captures the passage's central argument about Krishna's leadership philosophy? Whenever the question is about central argument, we won't be reading the options. Okay, because we'll be biased if we read the options. Which of the following most directly weakens the claim that detachment from outcomes enhances effectiveness? Okay, that's nice. So options are: teams often require measurable goals to stay aligned. Measurable goals. Creativity increases when leaders avoid micromanaging metrics. Companies with flexible goal structures tend to reduce employee stress. Leaders who avoid overemphasis on results encourage innovation. Okay, this is okay. Now I know what has to be looked at. Coming to third one, the author's reference to Kurukshetra functions primarily to highlight the dramatic, highlight is the keyword here, dramatic nature of historical conflicts, present a metaphor for a modern leadership crisis, argue that ancient wisdom is outdated in corporate settings, suggest that spiritual texts cannot resolve real world dilemmas, highlight, present, argue, suggest. Okay, these four. Your chaos commander, you are a bit late, but no worries, we are in the first passage. Which statement more strengthens the idea that Krishna balances empathy with detachment? So there's no need of reading the options. Why? Because whenever we have critical reasoning question, strengthening, weakening, it's all about new information. Okay. So that is why I'll be reading the passage now. Okay, so all the questions I have read, when you'll be sitting in the real exam, you'll be writing the keywords of the questions and the keywords of the options, but not those options which are main idea. Okay, so here we go. For centuries, scholars have turned to the Bhagavad Gita as a spiritual text. Okay, cool. But modern management theorists have quietly begun treating it as a foundational leadership manual, one that predates corporate strategy by millennia, yet anticipates nearly every dilemma of the 21st century workplace. Anticipates. So basically, the conditions given in the Bhagavad Gita, I don't know how many of you read it, but let's say nobody has read Bhagavad Gita. Okay, this is the first time you are reading a passage on it. So it anticipates, like, it kind of predicts that what kind of dilemma people will be facing in 21st century workplace. The battlefield of Kurukshetra has been described somewhat dramatically, though not inaccurately. Dramatically, though not inaccurately. That means accurately. Not inaccurately is basically accurately. Okay. Hmm. As the first documented performance review gone catastrophically wrong. A key employee Arjun suddenly refuses to execute the project, citing ethical burnout, stakeholder conflict, personal emotional entanglement, and overall mission ambiguity. Lord Krishna's intervention, half coach, half consultant, half bro, snap out of it, offers an unusual blueprint for decision making under moral fog. Okay, well, Krishna's first lesson is startlingly counterintuitive to contemporary managerial wisdom, detached from outcomes. I'm marking the keywords here: detached from outcomes, attached to duty. In an era addicted to KPIs, KPIs, key performance indicator, in case you don't know, key performance indicators, quarterly targets and dashboards blinking like anxious constellations. This is a kind of a great simile, like blinking like. So constellations are made up of stars. I hope all of you know that, right? So stars blink. Similarly, dashboards are blinking. Krishna insists that leaders cannot control results, only actions. Only actions. That's it, right. The paradox is delicious. By not obsessing about outcomes, one paradoxically improves them. Wow. Modern behavioral economists argue something similar. Over measurement throttles creativity, and fear of poor metrics generates risk averse teams. Krishna, without spreadsheets, simply frames it as freedom from the paralysis of perfectionism. Freedom from the paralysis of perfectionism. So basically, if people are chasing perfectionism, they might get paralyzed. All right. Now, his second lesson revolves around clarity of role. Arjuna's crisis stems from a collapse of identity. This is very important. He forgets whether he's a warrior, a cousin, a student, or a reluctant philosopher. Krishna strategically restores Arjuna's role rather than his confidence. Role, not the confidence, okay? Contemporary leadership studies argue that teams crumble not from incompetence, but from role confusion. That's a great idea. How many of you are working professionals? Those who are might be, kind of actually relating to it, right? A software engineer burdened with sales KPIs or a manager forced to be everyone's therapist eventually breaks, not because the tasks are difficult, but because they contradict the individual's core function. Krishna's counsel, do your swadharma. Swadharma. That means your duty is essentially targeted job description refined to existential precision. Do your swadharma. Paralysis here, your chaos commander. Paralysis here means um, getting stuck at one point. Now, the Gita's third management gem is emotional regulation. Krishna neither indulges Arjuna's despair nor dismisses it. He acknowledges the emotional data but refuses to let it drive the vehicle. Modern psychology describes this posture as compassionate detachment. Leaders must empathize without absorbing. A team guided by emotional turbulence becomes reactive. A leader insulated from emotion becomes robotic. So, see, what they mean to say that, wisdom lies in the fact that you have to act both ways. You have to understand emotions, okay, but you don't have to, go overtly emotional because if you become overtly emotional, you'll become highly reactive to situations, and that is not the great idea to function. That is why you should be acknowledging the emotions, but be very practical about it. Krishna walks a razor thin line, one that many corporate managers attempt and often fail to imitate. Perhaps the most provocative lesson Krishna offers is a critique of hyper individualism. The corporate world romanticizes the heroic CEO, the lone visionary reshaping firm through sheer audacity. Krishna dismantles this myth by situating Arjuna's actions in a grand, interconnected narrative. No individual, however brilliant, operates outside collective consequence. Leaders, therefore, must act not as conquerors of personal ambition, but as custodians of systemic balance, which I also say many a time that, with great power comes great responsibility. Shit, मतलब Spider-Man ने कहा था, but I kind of, say it again and again. This reframing collapses the ego while expanding responsibility, an exquisite subtlety that modern management frameworks often struggle to articulate. So, what do modern management frameworks struggle to articulate? That they do not find the correct balance between responsibility and the power. Okay, now, and then there is the uncomfortable lesson. Sometimes doing the right thing feels awful. Krishna does not promise Arjuna emotional comfort, public approval, or narrative redemption. Narrative redemption क्या होगा कि आपके बारे में अच्छी बातें कही गई, ठीक है? हाँ, Spider-Man, I just repeated. He promises correctness, not happiness. This stands in brutal contrast to modern corporate motivational culture that sells positivity as a productivity tool. Krishna's worldview is more mature. Leaders must sometimes choose painful clarity over comforting illusion. The Spider-Man's uncle, yes. The enduring fascination of Krishna as a management icon lies in this combination of compassion and ruthlessness, philosophical depth and decisiveness, transcendence and practicality. His perspective acknowledges human fragility but refuses to let fragility dictate action. Wow. He acknowledges that humans are fragile, emotionally vulnerable, but at the very same time, that fragility, that emotional vulnerability should not dictate your actions. That is what Krishna is, a thin line between it, right? As organizations confront burnout, moral injury, and the suffocating noise of perpetual information, Krishna's approach offers an unexpected antidote, a return to purpose, identity, and disciplined calm. Okay, so I'm pretty sure you like the passage. In fact, this passage is from a book called The Corporate Gita, which I'm writing these days. I'll be launching it in the month of January. उसी से ये मैंने बना दिया है. यहाँ पे passage आपके लिए, but this is a kind of passage which can actually be there in CAT, right? In fact, I am Indore has a complete module on Lord Krishna. Now coming to the questions. First is, which idea best captures the passage's central argument about Krishna's leadership philosophy. The central focus of the entire central argument about leadership philosophy of Krishna is basically action driven, right? Action driven. In fact, कर्म योगी बोलते हैं हिंदी में, if you remember, Krishna was a कर्म योगी, है ना, कि कर्म करो तो सब कुछ होगा. So basically, the argument is duty, action driven, and that which kind of action? The action which is focused on duty. Getting it? Duty focused. So you should be performing your duty no matter what, whatever comes, right? So that is the exact central argument. Okay, and you should not be, thinking about what will be the outcome. In fact, you must have heard this, कर्म किए जा फल की इच्छा ना करे इंसान, जैसा कर्म करेगा वैसा फल देगा भगवान. सुना है ऐसा, इसको मतलब बोलते हैं ऐसे, है ना. और जो एग्जैक्ट गीता थी, भगवत गीता, इन केस if you have read, you know have you, या उसकी समरी पढ़ी होगी, जो भी पढ़ा होगा. सो इसी को उसमें लिखा गया है, कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते माँ फलेषु कदाचन माँ कर्म फले हेतु भूर्मा ते संगो स्वकर्मणि. तो यहाँ पे क्या था कि भाई, कर्म किए जाए, ये आपको जो यही आपका मेन धर्म है, बाकी जो होगा देखा जाएगा. और यही तुम्हारे लिए कैट के लिए मैंने ये पहला वाला मैंने ये पैसेज ये क्यों रखा है, इसका रीज़न ये है कि तुम लोग जो कैट के लिए जाने वाले हो, बस 10 दिन बचे हैं. तुम्हारा सिर्फ अभी एक काम, सिर्फ तुम कर्म कर सकते हो, फल जो होगा देखा जाएगा. सो पीपल आस्क मी, सर कितना परसेंटाइल आ जाएगा, कितना नहीं आएगा, मत पूछो, ये पूछो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ. सो बेस्ड ऑन दैट, व्हाट इज द करेक्ट चॉइस? पहला बोल रहा है इमोशनल स्टेडीनेस इज द डिफाइनिंग ट्रेट ऑफ सक्सेसफुल लीडर्स. दैट्स राइट, बट दैट्स नॉट द सेंट्रल आर्ग्यूमेंट. Duty focused action without obsession over outcomes can improve decision making. That's totally right. Let's read others also. Organizational crises arise mainly from poor emotional management. That's also right, but that's not central argument. Collective goals must always override individual preferences. That is a far-fetched idea. We'll go with B. In fact, all the four options are mentioned, anywhere. और ये second वाला जो है वो exact central argument है. Yes. Cool. Exactly, Gaurav. Next. Which of the following most directly weakens the claim that detachment from outcomes enhances effectiveness? So ये claim किया गया था, डिटैच रहोगे आप आउटकम से तो हमेशा आपको इफेक्टिव आउटकम आएगा. इस बात को मुझे वीकेन करने का मन कर रहा है. ठीक है, लेट्स सी. Teams often require measurable goals to stay aligned. Cool. Creativity increases when leaders avoid micromanaging metrics. Okay. तो अगर बी वाला देखा जाए, पहले ए को देखते हैं. So if the okay, it weakens the claim. Okay. See, the first one says teams often require measurable goals to stay aligned. Well, what does that mean? If the measurable goals are there, for the alignment, you require goals which can be measured. What does that mean? That means measurement of goals is essentially, it talks about some kind of outcome only. When you say goals, it's okay. When they're measurable, so basically they tantamount to outcomes. Do you understand that? So looks like A happens to be, A actually is weakening the argument, because if you measure your goals, that doesn't mean that you are detached. Do you understand that? If you are measuring the goals, that means that you are not detached from the outcomes. Okay, that is one point. Other point is, if the goals are measurable, teams stay aligned. That means it is enhancing effectiveness also. So A is an option that is weakening for sure, right? Let's see if we have a better option which we can sit more, we'll go for it. Okay, so A is definitely weakening, that is for sure. Okay, I'll put a question mark. Coming to B, creativity increases when leaders avoid micromanaging metrics. ये तो strengthen कर रहा है थोड़ा बहुत, तो ये तो गलत हो जाएगा, eliminated. C, companies with flexible goal structures tend to reduce employee stress. This is also strengthening. Goal structure is flexible है basically, so you can be detached also. D, leaders who avoid overemphasis on results encourage innovation. That's again strengthening. We'll go with A. And I can see a lot of people have marked wrong over here. I can see people have marked, Dhruv has marked B, Apurva has marked E, so has other people also. Yeah. Why not C, Ankit? Because Ankit, C is, flexible goal structure में flexible है. इसका मतलब ये है कि आप बहुत ज़्यादा गोल के पीछे पड़े नहीं हो. It's flexible. You can do it, you can not do it, you can perform it the best, or maybe do it थोड़ा सा subtly. So this is why, right? Flexible goal structures अगर होंगे, इसका मतलब कि वो डिटैचमेंट की ही बात है थोड़ी बहुत. तो जो ए है दैट इज मोर इट्स मोर डायरेक्ट टू वीकन द क्लेम. ओके. क्वेश्चन, हाँ ठीक है, क्वेश्चन इज सिंपल. देयर इज अ क्लेम in the passage itself which says when you are detached from outcomes your effectiveness increases. That is what the claim is. We need to weaken this claim. वीकेंड कैसे करेंगे? दो तरीके से. पहले तो या तो मैं इसको हिट करूं या इसको हिट करूं. आई शुड हिट द डिटैचमेंट और आई शुड हिट द इफेक्टिवनेस. इफ आई लुक एट ऑप्शन ए बोला मेजरेबल गोल्स. When it say measurable goals, it is hitting detachment from outcomes. Stay aligned, it is hitting effectiveness. So basically, it is hitting both. So it's most directly weakening the argument. Is that clear? Dhruvit, acha, theek hai. Great. Understood? Let's go to next one. The author's reference to Kurukshetra functions as primarily to do what? पहला है highlight the dramatic nature of historical conflicts. The author, doesn't care about historical uh, dramatization or showing history. No. So A can be totally, A is out of context altogether. Coming to B, present a metaphor for a modern leadership crisis. That looks correct to me. Let's read others also. Argue that ancient wisdom is outdated in corporate settings. नहीं, उन्होंने तो आउटडेटेड नहीं बोला, उन्होंने बोला कि आज भी कंपेयर किया जा सकता है. सी कैन आल्सो बी एलिमिनेटेड. कमिंग टू डी, सजेस्ट दैट स्पिरिचुअल टेक्स्ट कैन नॉट रिजॉल्व रियल वर्ल्ड. ऐसा भी नहीं है. वो तो बोल रहे हैं कि भाई, तो ये तो बिल्कुल सही था, ये तो इजी था. आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू मस्ट हैव मार्क बी. इट्स बेसिकली अ मेटाफर फॉर मॉडर्न लीडरशिप क्राइसिस. कुरुक्षेत्र का वॉर और या फिर कॉर्पोरेट. ओके, कमिंग टू नेक्स्ट वन. विद स्टेटमेंट most strengthens the idea that Krishna balances empathy with detachment. Okay, A. Leaders who acknowledge emotions without internalizing them are viewed as most effective. Right? It's kind of strengthening. Yeah, it's strengthening. Yes. B. Research shows emotional vulnerability increases trust in small teams. भाई ये भी कर रहा है, strengthen कर रहा है idea को. C. Teams led by empathetic managers tend to form stronger personal bonds. Hmm. ये भी कर रहा है. D. Leaders who suppress emotions entirely make more efficient decisions. ये सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा है. तो ए बी सी तीनों ही सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. राइट? तीनों ही सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. किसको चूज करेंगे हम लोग यहाँ पे? Who will tell me? See, here we have to balance empathy with detachment. Most strengthen कौन सा है? Ankit says it's C. Okay, why Ankit? देखो, एक बात है इसके अंदर. सबसे आसान ये क्यों है, इसका आंसर सी. सी सही है, नॉट ए. I'll tell you what. When two or three options look correct to you, this is a difficult question actually because I have made trap options here. A, B, C all look correct. D तो पक्का गलत है. ठीक है. तो तीनों में से यहाँ पे क्या है कि सी द क्वेश्चन इज कृष्णा balances empathy with detachment. So even when he is detached, try to understand this. Even when he's detached, he's balancing empathy. What is empathy? When you feel what others feel, right? So option C actually talks about empathy. This word empathy has been used, and if Krishna, let's say Krishna is the manager, he's empathetic. If he's empathetic, so this is how he's balancing empathy, even if he's detached, because he's empathetic, automatically team is forming stronger personal bonds. So out of A, B, and C, C is the most plausible choice because it really talks about empathy out loud. Vishal, mocks and this session, all the question that I'm doing and the mocks, nothing else. Arithro, exactly. C is a balanced option. It talks on empathy also. Cool then. So first passage over, guys. How do you like it? Come on, throw me some likes. Show some love. Okay, cool. So now we'll go to the next one. And also I'll make a post about this that you have to, kind of submit your scores. I'll tell you later on. So let's go get back to the business without wasting a single moment. Every minute is precious now. Let's go to next one. And here we go. The slot when you are unable to wake, how can I help in that? Ask your mom to help you in that, right? So passage two is the genre is abstract. So by the way, if you remember, first passage's genre was what? It was business and philosophy. Okay, philosophy and business both. And here it's abstract. There's no genre. Okay, retro. And this is called the fourth wall in a video game. You know what? After reading this passage, your mind will go numb. I'm pretty sure about that. Pink Floyd गाना सुना है वो वाला? Comfortably numb. That is what is going to happen with you after reading this passage. This is totally loopy, totally, high fundo stuff. Okay, without saying much, let's start. Here we go. I'll have to switch off my camera. But before that, let me show you the questions. 30 seconds each. Samir, no problem. There's the second passage. Go with it. Just started. First 30 seconds over. Second question. स्वयं थोड़ा हिंदी भी बोलूं. Okay. So all of you comfortable? Should I speak both the languages like English? Should I make that? स्वयं असल में क्या है कि ऐसे कुछ लोग आते हैं जिनको हिंदी थोड़ा सा कम आता है. So that is why I speak. But okay, I'll use both the languages. Cool. Third question. अरे शुभम सॉरी. नहीं तो मैं क्यों हटूं? अभी तो क्वेश्चन दिखा रहा हूं ना. क्वेश्चन दिख रहे होंगे. नहीं दिख रहे क्या? लेट मी स्विच ऑफ माय कैमरा. मैं स्विच ऑफ ही कर देता हूँ इसको यार. हटाओ. मैं कैमरे में खर्चा करूंगा ही नहीं. मेरा मन था नया कैमरा लेने का, नहीं लूंगा. Second question was hidden, no? Read this second question again. I'm giving you more time. हाँ हाँ शिवम, मैंने फिर से उसे दिखा दिया सेकंड वाले को. Question number three. जब मेरा वी आर सी में थोड़ा सा बंद रहना ही पड़ेगा। जब इसमें वी आएगा ना, वर्बल एबिलिटी, तब मैं कैमरा ऑन कर दूंगा, क्योंकि वहां पे जगह होती है। अब 600 साढ़े 600 वर्ड्स को करना पड़ता है ना इधर। ओके, हियर कम्स द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन। तुम क्वेश्चंस देख रहे हो, एकदम भयंकर खतरनाक टाइप, क्रिटिकल रीजनिंग इन्फ्रेंस भरा हुआ है इसके अंदर। चलो अब मैं चुप हो जाऊंगा। I'll go on mute and all of you read the passage, tell me what is going to your happening with your mind. I'm going on mute, guys. Here I go, mute. Should I show the questions now? Everybody done? अभी ये पैसेज भी मैंने ही लिखा है। मेरा मन था ये देखने का कि अगर अगर इंसान भगवान को ढूंढना शुरू कर दे तो उसे क्या क्या दिखाई दे सकता है। उसी तरीके से मैंने मान लिया कि अगर इंसान भगवान बन जाए तो वीडियो गेम का जो वर्ल्ड है वो इंसान के बराबर है, बेसिकली मतलब अगर अगर हम भगवान जैसा एक्ट करें तो जो हमने हमारा बनाया वीडियो गेम है वो संसार जैसा एक्ट कर रहा होगा। ये सोच के मैंने बहस लिखा था। आई जस्ट वांटेड टू मेक इट साइबर पंक। दीज आर माई आइडियाज विच आई सून ट्रांसलेट इनटू स्टोरीज एंड मूवीज। पहले वाला पैसेज तो एक्चुअली वो तो एक मेरी किताब से ही है, ये वाला एक मेरे आइडियाज है विच आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक अ मूवी इन इट, फॉर इट, ऑन इट। ऑलराइट, लेट्स गो टू द क्वेश्चंस नाउ। Question number two. Question three. But fourth wall question is simply refers to those who know NPCs, non-player character. Is that what you meant? Question fourth. अच्छा, मैंने ये भी सोचा था कि क्या है ना कि जो दुनिया भर में जो कैट के भी सवाल बन रहे हैं, जो हो रहे हैं, वो सारे के सारे सवाल बहुत आउटडेटेड पुराने तरह के हैं। मतलब ठीक है, मतलब हमें सब कुछ पढ़ना चाहिए, तो मैंने सो कोशिश किया कि ऐसा करते हैं कि थोड़ा सा जो एक्चुअली मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड है ना, जो पिछले 30 साल में बढ़ा है, उसको वो पैसेज भी होने चाहिए। और क्या पता कैट वाले सोच लें इस बार। अगर मैं होता उस कैट की एग्जामिनर्स टीम में तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं ज़रूर ऐसे पैसेज डालना चाहता। वो पैसेज जो हमारे इस वर्ल्ड के रेलेवेंट है। समझ में आ रही है बात? तो भले कृष्णा की बात की गई थी बट वो मॉडर्न कोऑपरेट से उसको कंपेयर किया गया था। यहाँ पे देखो मैंने एक प्रोटोटाइप्स और थोड़ा सा टेक्नोलॉजी और गेम गेम को मैंने कंपेयर कर दिया मेटाफिजिकल रीम्स में। तो ये चीज़ें ना मुझे लगता है कि शायद क्या पता हो जाए। बट अगर नहीं भी होंगे तो नॉर्मल पैसेज भी हैं। चलो, व्हाट आर योर आंसर्स? Modernist writer, yes. Okay, so here we start. In modern open world video games, players rarely expect the world to remember their actions beyond scripted narrative checkpoints. Okay, so if you have played any game, any game, जो ने पूछा बोला उस पर कुछ खाना कुछ तो करो, है ना? ऐसा लगता नहीं है कि आरसी का थोड़ा चेंज होना चाहिए? ये इस तरह की राइटिंग है जो एक्चुअली हो सकती है, आ जाए क्या पता। अगर आईएम के एग्जामिनर्स में कोई अगर एक बंदा आ गया हो जो बिलोंग कर रहा है इस जनरेशन को, there's a possibility, राइट? सो नैरेटिव चेक पॉइंट्स हैं, इनके आगे एक्शन क्या है वो मतलब याद नहीं रखते हम। नॉर्मली अपनी लाइफ में रखते हैं बट गेम में नहीं रखते। गेम के अंदर सबने गेम खेला होगा लाइफ में। A character dies, loot drops, XP increases, and digital universe moves on with clinically efficient indifference. Clinically, that means exact, precise. But a small group of independent developers has recently experimented with a counterintuitive idea, creating hidden prototype chambers where discarded or killed game characters reappear in half-finished eerie forms. These prototypes are not ghosts, at least not in supernatural sense. They're remnants of the game's developmental scaffolding, early character models, fragmented animations, glitching voice lines, digital fossils that were never meant for the player's eyes. Now, what I want you to understand. If anybody understands the architecture of a game, then it'll be easy for me to make you understand. If you don't worry. Let's assume, how to tell you that. Let's assume that you see someone who died. Okay, you getting it? As a human, you saw that and you felt, oh, they are ghosts. The concept of ghosts. Similarly, let's say if this entire world is a video game and God is the programmer, and then we humans, if we see something or someone who probably is not there anymore, will be that will be kind of really loopy for us. Same thing will happen, and this is what developers did. That by chance, by not by default, but by accident, if someone goes to the areas, there are certain games like why I said GTA San Andreas. The reason is simple because um, एक मिनट क्या हो गया. Huh. So San Andreas, where the game, the architecture is huge. Like if you have played that game, isn't it? There are roads, there are beaches, there is everything. And once I was playing, I went in a beach and kept on swimming. I wanted to see that at what point can I go. And I kept on swimming. And you know what? I kept on swimming seriously for 3 hours. I swam there in the game, and I was like, okay, probably they have kind of um, replayed the loop again and again. Maybe that is the reason, isn't it? So if the developer of games, they have a library of stock characters. So in the game you go in GTA Vice City, if you have seen, you go with the people, you beat them and go away. So all those characters are essentially, they are similar looking. If there is a woman, the face is same. What they do, just they just put on the bone and the structure, maybe hair changes, right? But essentially all the prototypes पांच छह तरह के होते हैं, उन्हीं पांच से पांच छह से बनाते हैं वो लोग. बाल अलग कर दिए, eyebrows अलग कर दिए, all that stuff happens, right? So those prototypes, let's say there is a library of prototypes inside the game itself, and you go there and you see them. Oh shit, I killed this person. So basically, let's say that there is a stage in which you have to do some complete some mission, and the mission is completed, and the mission was killing a few people, and those people now they somehow you go outside the architecture of the game. City के बाहर गए, नदियां तैर के बाहर निकल गए और वहां एक गुफा पहुंचे. गुफा में वो दिखाई दिए वही लोग तुमने जिनको मारा था. So basically those programs are over now, and those programs have been shifted to the library where a normal gamer would never go, because the gamer would be all kind of involved in completing the missions, not exploring the game. So if someone explores, they might go there. Do you understand now, all of you? Okay. Players who stumble upon such spaces describe a strange, almost moral disorientation. Coming back to the passage now. It is not guilt in the traditional sense. After all, the characters are not sentient. Sentient, जो सोचता हो, जिंदा, thinking people. Instead, the discomfort stems from a sudden collapse of the illusion of completeness. Video games, like narratives, depend on the player believing in the world's internal coherence. Discovering a malformed prototype of character you killed breaks immersion by revealing the artificiality behind the violence. The player confronts not their moral choices, but the constructed nature of choice itself. Does that give you goosebumps? तुम्हें अजीब इसलिए लगता है कि तुम्हारी मोरालिटी चैलेंज हो रही है? तुम्हें अजीब इसलिए लगता है कि जो तुमने जो चॉइस ली है, द चॉइस, द थिंग दैट यू हैव, योर चॉइस इटसेल्फ has a deformed structure. That is what makes you will make you really feel weird if that happens in a game. Some scholars argue that such discoveries create a metaphysical tension similar to what theater theorists call the collapse of the fourth wall. The game world, previously a self contained reality governed by in game logic, suddenly became porous. The player becomes aware of designer's invisible hand, an unsettling reminder that autonomy in virtual spaces is conditional, curated, and ultimately illusory. It's the same way, it is the same way we humans feel God, think about Satan, about evil, about ghosts. You getting it? It's kind of same way. In this sense, the prototype serves as a glitch-shaped footnote. आगे मुझे हंसी है तुम्हारी बात देख के. Serves as a glitch-shaped footnote reminding the player that no system, however intricate, ever hides its architecture completely. Wow, what WTF? Shit. Okay. On the other hand, game designers intentionally place these prototypes as narrative devices. They do not view them as mistakes, but as moments of existential confrontation. The player who previously exercised power without consequences forced notice the scaffolding of that power. It is a commentary on agency. If your choices only matter within permitted boundaries, what does moral choice even mean in a predetermined system? This design philosophy borrows from postmodern literature and theater, where breaking immersion is not a flaw, but a feature meant to provoke reflection. इसका एग्जाम्पल अगर मैं किसी फिल्म में बताऊं जहाँ पे जॉनी गद्दार एक मूवी है, वहां पे एग्जाम्पल है कि जो बंदा कर रहा होता है सारे काम, अम, ऐसा लगता है कि उसको ना हम कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं. दैट इज हाउ द मूवी इज मेड. क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि हम भी ऐसा ही करते. और जो एंड यू वॉच द मूवी रियलाइज. Interestingly, not all players react with discomfort. Some respond with curiosity, even affection. They treat prototypes as archaeological artifacts, clues to the game's evolution. For these players, the discovery enriches the experience by adding layers of history. So, yeah, this is also a way this can be, marketed, right? They see the unfinished character not as a glitchy corpse, but as a behind-the-scenes truth the polished world conceals. Critics argue that such insertions risk alienating players who simply want a seamless escapist experience. Games already demand cognitive and emotional investment. Hidden moments that question the very premise of play might feel intrusive or pretentious. तो इसका ना नेगेटिव पार्ट देखो कैसे पैसेज बनाया गया है. पहले उन्होंने एक आइडिया दिया, उसको एक्सप्लेन किया, फिर बताया कि ये कहाँ से बोरो किया गया है इस आइडिया को, फिर बताया कि इससे इसकी इसकी इससे क्या चीज़ें और हो सकती हैं, कई बार जानबूझ के की जाती हैं. और एंड में बताया कि कुछ ये भी क्रिटिक्स, इसका क्रिटिक भी है, वो ये है कि ऐसा करने से हो सकता है कि लोगों का जो एक्सपीरियंस है ना गेम खेलने का खराब हो जाए. क्योंकि भाई वो तो आए हैं, वो तो एस्केपिस्ट है ना, हम दुनिया भर की दिक्कतें झेल के आए हैं और हम गेम में एस्केप करना चाहते हैं, वहां भी हमें मॉरल कन्फ्रंटेशन देखना पड़ेगा. तो प्रोबेबली दैट कैन बी अ प्रॉब्लम. Yet others counter that artistic mediums evolve precisely by challenging audience expectations. If literature can break structure and cinema can violate chronology, why must video games remain obedient to immersion at all costs? Right? What emerges is philosophical tug of war between expectation and experimentation. The hidden prototype becomes a liminal figure, part artifact. What is liminal? On the boundary, जो बिल्कुल आएगा गायब हो जाएगा. Part narrative tool, part glitch, forcing players to confront the constructed nature of digital worlds and their own complicity in sustaining the illusion. Whether players interpret it as a haunting, a joke, a mistake, or a revelation depends not on the prototype itself, on how deeply they believe in the story that surrounds it. So basically, this passage is about it's an abstract passage. There is no fixed genre to it because it talks about multiple things at once. But all in all, this discusses things on various parameters: technology, game architecture, metaphysics, morality, ethics. All these things are being questioned. Did you understand? And I can see attendance dropped after this passage. Oh no. Anyways, coming to next. And the questions. The author suggests that players feel disoriented upon discovering prototypes mainly because पहला है they develop unexpected emotional attachments to unfinished characters. ऐसा तो ऑथर ने सजेस्ट नहीं किया है कहीं पे भी. The discovery disrupts the perceived internal coherence of the game world. हाँ, that is the reason people feel disoriented because there's a coherence in the game. They are there to escape. They want to play the game. They don't want to have go for a moral confrontation. So B looks correct to me. I'll just mark B here. The prototypes represent mistakes that undermine technical polish. That is correct, but that is not why players feel disoriented. This is correct. This happens, but this is not why they feel disoriented. They feel morally responsible for the character's fates. ये हो सकता है, but not explicitly mentioned in the paragraph. That is why I can reject it. Between B and C, I choose B because B actually talks about the internal coherence, which is more general an option than C, which is too specific in nature, right? Coming to the second one, which of the following, Shubham, I will share after 72 hours after the session, 48 hours. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the author's claim that prototypes challenge the idea of player agency? ठीक है. Many games include branching narratives with multiple endings. Developers admit that player choices are restricted within tightly coded pathways. Players typically prefer games with high replay value. Most game elements function exactly as the designers intended. तो author claim है कि prototypes will challenge the idea of player agency. How can that be possible? It can be possible only if somehow the there is an illusion. Agency मतलब क्या हुआ कि उनके पास कंट्रोल है. सो प्लेयर के पास कंट्रोल है. इसको चैलेंज कैसे किया जा रहा है? बाय क्रिएटिंग एन illusion of agency. And how to create those illusion by giving you choices which are predetermined. So option B correctly encapsulates that, right? It says the choices are restricted. When choices are restricted, that means the choices are limited. So basically people have illusion of choice, but there is no actual choice. It's like the polls that I mentioned. I was like, are you excited for the session? I said yes, and then I said why not. So basically so basically that's an illusion of choice. Understood? Coming to the third one. um, why does the author compare prototype discovery to the collapse of the fourth wall? It breaks the illusion of immersion by exposing the artificiality behind the world. That's right. The fourth wall collapse हो गया. मतलब जो जो इतना सारा मैजिकल एलिमेंट था वो सारा 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 भांडा फूट गया. मतलब मान लो जादूगर जादू दिखा रहा था. उसने बोला कबूतर को मैंने खरगोश बना दिया. मालूम पड़ा कि उसने कबूतर जो था वो मार दिया था और खरगोश बाहर लेके आया था. All that stuff. That is collapse of fourth wall. So A looks totally correct to me. Looking at B, it allows players to access narrative elements earlier than intended. No, it allows, yeah, but that is not collapse of the fourth wall. It enhances emotional connection with non-player characters that author is not compared. It creates new opportunities for hidden missions and world. That is right. That is right, but that is not the comparison which holds true. So we'll go with A clearly. So BBA हो गया. Coming to last one, which of the following, if true, would most weaken the idea that prototypes disrupt immersion for the majority of players? ठीक है कि इससे immersion disrupt होता है. इस बात को weaken करना है हमें. क्वेश्चन ने बोला है ना. क्वेश्चन में क्या बोला गया है? क्वेश्चन में बोला गया है कि यार जो मतलब पैसेज में बोला गया है कि प्रोटोटाइप जो बातें हैं तो जो इमर्शन है लोगों का जो मूड खराब हो जाता है. मतलब बेसिकली मूड खराब हो जाता है. तो वो उस चीज को कैसे वीकेंड किया जाएगा? कौन सा ऑप्शन इनमें से वीकेंड कर सकता है? Players often share prototype discoveries online as a humorous content. Most players report enjoying hidden content more than main missions. Game testers frequently encounter unfinished characters during development. सी तो चलो आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट है. सम प्लेयर्स स्टडी गेम ग्लिचेस एज अ हॉबी. तो पहला, दूसरा और चौथा ये तीनों थोड़े से हमें कंफ्यूज कर सकते हैं. इजंट इट कि कौन सा सही होगा इसमें से? कि अगर अगर लोगों को मजा आ रहा है, पहला बोल रहे हैं कि भाई उनको प्रोटोटाइप डिस्कवरी दिखाई दी, मतलब मिला उन्हें और फिर वो ऑनलाइन शेयर कर रहे हैं कि अरे वाह मजा ही आ गया देख के आज. तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि उनका मजा आ रहा है. दूसरा बोल रहे हैं कि दे एंजॉय हिडन कंटेंट मोर देन द मेन मिशंस. और चौथा बोल रहा है कि दे स्टडी गेम ग्लिचेस एज अ हॉबी. तीनों में मजा आ रहा है. बट यू नो व्हाट, most weakening the idea is B. You know why? Because B explicitly mentions that the people are enjoying hidden content more than main missions. That means immersion is not being disrupted. Immersion is being improved here. We'll go with B. Is that clear, guys? Very good, Avi. Very good. Very good. Wow. So, how did you guys like the passage? Throw some likes, show some love. ये मैंने खुद अपने मेहनत करके लिखा है, तो और मज़ा आना चाहिए, और मैं चाहता हूँ मज़ा आए, और आ रहा है तो कर दो लाइक वाइक शेयर कर दो यार। और स्पीड सही जा रही है, हमने 1 घंटे में 2 कर लिए हैं। वो शुरुआत में थोड़ा सा ग्लिच हुआ था, बट स्टिल वी आर, आई थिंक स्पीड इज प्रॉपर। आई वाज एमिंग टू डू वन पैसेज इन लेस देन 30 मिनट्स। वो स्पीड अभी मेंटेन हो जाएगी थोड़ी देर में। ऑल राइट देन, लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट वन, पैसेज 3। रोहित क्या बोल रहे हो? क्वेश्चन पहला समझा दूं? Why not D? The author says player feel disoriented upon discovering this. हाँ, तो उनको मॉरली रिस्पॉन्सिबल वाली बात कहाँ थी? ऑथर ने सजेस्ट ऐसा किया ही नहीं कुछ। ये तो बस हल्का से एक सटल तरीके से था कि भाई आपको अजीब लग सकता है कि आपने उसको ना कैरेक्टर को मार दिया, बट दैट इज नॉट, दे फील डिसोरिएंटेड अबाउट। डिसोरिएंट वो इसलिए हो जा रहे हैं क्योंकि ना उनको लग रहा है कि जो हमने गेम खेलने आए थे, इस गेम में हम ये सब देखने नहीं आए थे, हम गेम को मजे लेने आए थे। ठीक है ना? वो चीज़ है। तो यहाँ पे है कि उनको मजा, अगर मजा खराब हो गया गेम खेलते हुए, तो वो डिसअपॉइंटेड फील करेंगे। और मजा खराब मतलब कि मजा खराब मतलब ऐसा नहीं था कि आप बैड ट्रिप सुना है? बैड ट्रिप हो गई यार देख के, है ना, कि यार ये क्या देख लिया, ये देखने थोड़ी ना आए थे हम यहाँ पे। समझ गए कि तुम देखने आए थे कि यार यहाँ पे जोकर जो है वो करतब करेगा, बट जोकर जो स्टंट करने लगा, तो कैसा लगेगा? सेम वे। दैट इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन बी। शुभम बहुत आरसीज है, डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट, करते रहेंगे। पैसेज 3, द जॉनरा इज साइकोलॉजी एंड द टॉपिक इज प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन। एक बात बताऊं तुम लोग को मैं, पहला वाला जो लॉर्ड कृष्णा का था और तीसरा वाला ये जो शुरू हो रहा है प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन, ये वही चीज़ है जिससे तुम लोग आज अभी इस वक्त रिलेट कर पा रहे हो। आर्यन ने बोल भी दिया है, या गौरव। तो चलो शुरू किया जाए कार्यक्रम। हियर वी गो, क्वेश्चंस फर्स्ट। माही हरे कृष्णा। Should I show the passage now? I think it's over. Time is over. Let's go to the passage now. All right. Orithro, still everything is visible, I believe. I just tried doing it. The last word in the first line is contemporary cognitive. Is it visible? I think it is. Wait, let me see what I can do. It will become smaller, but anyways, I'll just try to something. Mm, well, does it work now? Looks better somehow. Yes, now it's better. थोड़ा छोटा हो जाएगा बट एटलीस्ट दिखाई देगा. Looks good? All right. I hope all of you have done all the questions, right? Now I think we should go back to the passage. What's the time? It's just 1.5 hours, and we have done so much already. That's cool. Okay, procrastination. First, I read the questions. The author argues that procrastination is best understood as moral failing rooted in laziness, conflict between different temporal selves with shifting priorities, a behavioral outcome caused primarily by digital distractions, a strategic pause that reliably enhances creativity. So देखो इसमें एक सी है थोड़ा सा जो अलग सा दिख रहा है फार फेस्ट है बाकी जो भी ऑप्शंस हैं वो डिपेंड करता है अगर मतलब मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ अगर चारों बातें मेंशन होंगी भी ना पैसेज में तो बेस्ट अंडरस्टूड डिजिटल डिस्ट्रैक्शन तो नहीं होगा ये दिस टू नैरो एन ऑप्शन सो ए बी डी कुछ भी सकता है नॉट रियली श्योर फर्स्ट वी रीड टू रीड द पैसेज second says which of the following most strengthens the claim that procrastination stems from identity related discomfort ठीक है पहले पढ़ेंगे फिर देखते हैं according to the passage last minute surges in productivity occur because stress hormones heighten cognitive performance. Hyperbolic discounting weakens when deadlines become immediate. People become more motivated when consequences worsen. Digital distractions lose their appeal under pressure. Okay, cool. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the claim that procrastination arises from internal psychological conflict? Weaken the claim. तो ये claim किया गया है इसके अंदर. ठीक है, चलो देखते हैं. अच्छा पता है एक बात बताऊं मैं बिना पैसेज पढ़े फोर्थ सवाल पढ़ के मैं फर्स्ट सवाल का आंसर कर सकता हूँ पता है कैसे देखो यहाँ बोला है क्लेम एक किया गया है क्लेम किया गया है कि प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन अराइज फ्रॉम इंटरनल साइकोलॉजिकल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट दैट मींस पैसेज हैज सेड अबाउट दिस समथिंग अबाउट दिस वी हैव नॉट रेड द पैसेज येट मतलब मैंने तो लिखा है मैंने पढ़ा ही है बट द पीपल अगर मान लो नहीं पढ़ा होता तो ये देख के मुझे मालूम पड़ रहा है कि इस पैसेज के अंदर ये क्लेम किया गया है अगर ये बात सच है तो पहले का आंसर बी होने के चांसेस 90% हो जाते हैं डू यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट देखा ये गेम देखा सर्च पहले कैसे कर सकते हो जब लिखा ही मैंने आज है प्रोक्रास्टिनेशन कुछ और पढ़ा होगा हो सकता है ये कोई बहुत नया टॉपिक तो है नहीं ओके चलो सो लेट्स सी procrastination is often caricatured as mere laziness failure of discipline, personality flaw that separates achievers from the eternally stalled. Okay. But contemporary cognitive science, when they say but, that means this is going to be challenged. एक ऐसा पहले इसको लोग केवल आलस मानते थे डिसिप्लिन नहीं है मान लेते थे पर्सनैलिटी फ्लॉ है वगैरह वगैरह बट नाउ cognitive science increasingly frames it as something far stranger conflict not between productivity and distraction, but between multiple competing versions of the self. The person who intends to work is not the same psychological entity as the person who later avoids the task. Each moment of delay is, in essence, a negotiation between time, slice, and entities with conflicting priorities. पहला पैराग्राफ में सिर्फ 3 लाइंस हैं और लास्ट की लाइन ने इतनी बड़ी बात बोल दी है कि मजा ही आ गया होगा बात समझ में आ रही है कितनी कितनी मस्त बात नहीं बोल दी है मतलब ऐसा कुछ this passage is not for noobs it's not meant for normal reading the third line itself is such a huge thing each moment of delay feel it is in essence a negotiation between time sliced identities with conflicting priorities by the way now I'm pretty sure that B is correct for the first question right there's no chance anything can be correct laziness नहीं है डिजिटल डिस्ट्रैक्शन की बात अभी हुई नहीं है आगे होगी भी तो वो नहीं हो सकता क्रिएटिविटी ये भी हुई नहीं है बट बी पक्का सही है ना ओके डू यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट तो ये भी हो सकता है कई बार क्वेश्चन पढ़ के ही तुम्हें आंसर आ जाए आखिरी 10 मिनट टाइम नहीं बचेगा अगर मान लो टाइम कम बचा आखिरी 10 मिनट तो काफी होता है 3 मिनट बचे हैं और तुम कर सोच रहे हो मैं नया बहस नहीं पढ़ सकता तो क्वेश्चंस पढ़ के भी आंसर हो सकता है राइट हाँ थोड़ा रिफ्रेश किया है अब पूरा तो नहीं लिखूंगा बैठ के मैं इतना टाइम तो नहीं है well classic economics once assumed that humans make rational trade-offs over time if an individual prefers rupees 100 today over 110 tomorrow they should by the same logic prefer rupees 100 in 30 days over 110 in 31 days yet empirical studies reveal that people routinely reverse these preferences when the choices are far in the future This inconsistency is described as hyperbolic discounting. हाइपरबोलिक डिस्काउंटिंग नहीं था जो पहले एक पैसेज कभी एक प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन पे कहीं आया था किसी पीवाईक्यू में. हाइपरबोलिक डिस्काउंटिंग वहां पे नहीं था. ओके. सो दिस इज अ फ्यूचर. अच्छा, एक चीज हाइपरबोलिक डिस्काउंटिंग मतलब बेसिकली अगर हम ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को मैथमेटिक्स के ग्राफ में बनाए तो ये हाइपरबोला बन जाएगा बिकॉज इट नेवर एंड्स. फ्यूचर रिवॉर्ड shrink in subjective value dramatically the closer they come to the present. ध्यान से समझने की बात है. Future rewards shrink in subjective value dramatically the closer they come to the present. Procrastination then is not a failure of will but a predictable curve in human cognition. We overvalue immediate relief, undervalue long-term benefits, and oscillate between these impulses based on how near or how far the task feels. But psychological explanations only skim the surface. Philosophers argue that procrastination involves a deeper existential discomfort. Starting a meaningful task often demands confronting one's own limitations. A writer postpones drafting not because writing is physically difficult, but because confronting the blank page means confronting one's sense of inadequacy. Students, तुम लोग हो अभी, delay studying not because reading a chapter is hard, but because studying forces them to acknowledge the possibility of failure. मेरे कई लोग बोलते हैं कि सर अब डर लग रहा है कहीं फेल हो गए तो, नहीं हो पाया तो, ये नहीं हो पाया तो. जवाब होता है मेरे पास. मैं सिर्फ ये बोलता हूँ कि यार जो हो रहा है होने दो, वो चल रहा है चलने दो, जितनी मेहनत अब कर सकते हो कर लो. मैं कभी नहीं बोलता तुमने पहले क्यों नहीं किया, ये तो गलत था, कि बोलना बेकार है, ये हो चुका है. ओके सो ये जो है ना, ये दिस इज समथिंग व्हिच डू यू गाइस रिलेट टू इट बीइंग स्टूडेंट्स. स्टडिंग forces you to acknowledge the possibility of failure. तो इससे बेटर कि नहीं पढ़े. Procrastination becomes a protective illusion, a temporary refuge from the identity threat embedded in high stakes work. Technology Technology exacerbates this tension. Digital interfaces offer frictionless escape values. You do not need to walk to another room or switch devices to avoid discomfort. Distraction lives one tap away. Designers of social platforms exploit this vulnerability through variable rewards, infinite scroll mechanics, and notifications that mix social affirmation. These features do not create procrastination, but they weaponize tendencies they already embedded in human psychology. सोचो जिन लोगों ने सोशल मीडिया बनाया है, रील्स बनाई है, सब बनाया है, वो कितने चालाक लोग हैं. वो बिजनेस उन्होंने बनाए हैं, उन्हें मालूम है कि इंसान के अंदर प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन एक चीज होती है. नाउ डू यू अंडरस्टैंड द मोमेंट यू some entrepreneur makes a business, a visionary, they go through all sorts of analysis. So don't you think Mark Zuckerberg would have gone through psychological analysis obviously before making Facebook? He made this thing, face mesh, I think, in his Harvard dorm, right? And that was hot or not, something like that. He made it. He was since Sparrow ke banaya tha, aisa kuch tha. So basically, people, this procrastination deeply psychologically is a weapon, is a tool which can be harnessed for um, um, financial benefits by some individuals, those who know it, right? Right? Face mash, yes, face mash, no? Huh. Despite its destructive potential, procrastination is not purely irrational. It can serve as a diagnostic tool. Chronic avoidance signals emotional friction, fear, boredom, uncertainty, lack of clarity. A surprisingly large share of procrastinators are perfectionists. For them, the problem is not reluctance, but an unrealistically high standard. तो ये भी होता है. Delay becomes a shield from the emotional cost of falling short. Others procrastinate because the task lacks structure, ambiguity generates paralysis, making the brain seek simpler alternatives that promise immediate clarity. तो देखो एक बात बताऊं तुम्हें, ये मत सोचना कि प्रोक्रास्टिनेट कर रहे हो तुम बहुत बड़े परफेक्शनिस्ट हो. ये सिर्फ एक थियरी है ना. कुछ ही लोग ऐसे होते हैं, सब ऐसे नहीं होते. वो कौन बोल रहा था, वो था बंदा, एक स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन था. उसने क्या बोला था कि तुम्हारा किसी दिल काम में दिल नहीं लग रहा है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं तुम किसी और काम के लिए बने हो, इसका मतलब ये भी हो सकता है कि तुम हरामखोर हो. याद है? तो वो तो प्रोक्रास्टिनेशन ये बस सोचना है कि मैं प्रोक्रास्टिनेटर हूँ, इसका मतलब मैं बहुत परफेक्शनिस्ट हूँ, ऐसा सबके लिए नहीं है. ओके. Yet, curiously, many individuals perform exceptionally well under last minute pressure. The proximity of deadline collapses the internal negotiation among competing selves. When the future becomes now, hyperbolic discounting loses its grip and the mind rallies its full focus. This phenomenon explains why procrastination can produce both disastrous failures and miraculous births of productivity. Some scholars argue that the cultural framing of procrastination as purely negative is itself flawed. पूरी तरह से ये गलत है ऐसा नहीं सोचना चाहिए. In certain creative fields, stepping away from a task allows subconscious process to incubate ideas. What looks like avoidance may in some contexts be cognitive gestation. However, this optimistic interpretation collapses when avoidance becomes chronic, eroding self-worth and fragmenting long-term goals. ये important बात है. Sometimes, you do not do things because you are going to create something. But if it becomes a habit of avoiding things, then obviously you will be at loss. Ultimately, procrastination is less a moral weakness, more of a structural human tendency, an interplay of fear, identity, reward timing, emotional regulation, and environmental cues. It is a story of internal misalignment rather than external laziness. Understanding this complexity does not eliminate the problem, but it reframes it. The battle is not against the self, but among the selves, each arguing for control of the present moment. So essentially, we humans are made of different identities. Okay, got it. Okay, so it's not the self, it's selves. यार पता है मैं तुम्हें दिखाई दे रहा हूँ ना, तो मजा उतना मेरे को खुद भी नहीं आ रहा. मैं चाहता हूँ तुम्हें दिखाई दूँ. एनीवेज, क्वेश्चन देखते हैं. अभी तो बी पक्का सही हो ही गया है, मालूम पड़ चुका है पहले ही हमें. सेकंड, प्रोक्रास्टिनेशन stems from identity related discomfort. स्ट्रेंथन करना है इसको. पीपल, ओके, कौन सा करेगा इसे स्ट्रेंथन? People often delay tasks even when rewards are immediate. Individuals report anxiety when beginning tasks that challenge their self-perception. Identity related discomfort. यही लग रहा है देखने में, तो फिलहाल आगे देखते हैं. Students can complete low effort tasks more quickly than high effort ones. ऐसा 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 हो सकता है, पर इसमें आइडेंटिटी वाला डिस्कम्फर्ट नहीं आया. ये आया है उसका क्रोनोलॉजी का, या है ना, टाइम का. People tend to multitask more when deadlines approach. तो इसमें आइडेंटिटी की बात है ही नहीं है ना, तो ठीक है. बी इज द मोस्ट प्लॉजिबल चॉइस. आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू गॉट इट राइट. नाउ, नेक्स्ट. According to the passage, last minute stages in productivity occur because clearly direct data driven क्वेश्चन था. hyperbolic discounting weekends when deadlines become immediate. सीधा सीधा कुछ सोचना ही नहीं, आगे बढ़ जाना है. नेक्स्ट. हाँ, weaken the claim. We need to weaken the claim that procrastination arises from internal psychological conflict. ठीक है. Procrastination rates increase significantly when social media usage rises. Okay, यही लग रहा है मेरे को. People delay tasks more when weather conditions are unpleasant. Companies with structured workflows report less employee procrastination. Some cultures view delayed action as a sign of patience rather than conflict. Social media is weakening the internal conflict, right? Because weather conditions are unpleasant. Now, weather being unpleasant is a very subjective idea. You know what? Weather can be pleasant for me, unpleasant for you. Let's say you have got cold and you don't, are not enjoying cold breeze, but I, anyone who is normal, who is not sick, would enjoy that, isn't it? So conditions becoming unpleasant is not internal psychological conflict. It also depends on physical condition, right? That is why B can be deemed wrong. गौरव, तुमने बी बोला था. कंपनीज स्ट्रक्चर्ड वर्कफ्लोज रिपोर्ट लेस एम्प्लॉय. यहाँ पे भी इंटरनल एम्प्लॉय लेस स्ट्रक्चर्ड वर्कफ्लो है, तो ये इंटरनल सर्कल कॉन्फिडेंस से हो भी सकता है. हाँ, हो भी सकता है, क्योंकि आप काम कर रहे हो कहीं पे, वहां पे वर्कफ्लो स्ट्रक्चर है. ठीक है. सम कल्चर्स व्यू डिलेड एक्शन एज साइन ऑफ पेशेंस rather than conflict. Sign of patience. Sign of patience is also internal thing, right? And it is not actually weakening the claim. It is neutral. So A is the most possible choice because it actually talks about सोशल मीडिया यूज अगर ज़्यादा होगा, तो ऑब्वियसली तुम्हारा जो यहाँ पे इसमें लिखा हुआ है ना टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में, सो व्हाट डिस्ट्रैक्शन लिव्स वन टैप अवे, Designers of social media exploit this vulnerability. It's clearly mentioned. Which vulnerability? This vulnerability of avoiding discomfort, internal psychological conflict. Social media आपको वो एक मौका देता है उसको escape करने का. This has been mentioned in the this has been talked about in the passage also. And if A is true, then it will weaken the claim that it's an internal psychological conflict. It comes from outward also, can come from outwardly from social media usage as well. Right? BBBA is correct sequence. Tell me your scores, guys. क्या स्कोर्स चल रहे हैं? अच्छा, ये वाला आसान था. जो पहला पैसेज था दैट वाज मॉडरेट टू डिफिकल्ट. दूसरा वाला था वो मॉडरेट था. ये वाला इजी टू मॉडरेट है ना? तो फेयर मिक्स ऑफ डिफिकल्टी लेवल भी है. ऐसा नहीं कि सारी चीजें मैं डिफिकल्टी कर दूंगा. इजी पैसेज भी आते हैं. ग्रेड अभी तो यहाँ भी गलत हुआ. बट दिस वन वाज इजी, राइट? इसको समझना भी आसान था. और प्रोक्रास्टिनेशन ऐसा है कि जिसका आपने पढ़ भी रखा है, आप लोगों ने कई बार पढ़ते ही रहते हो, और ये इसके क्वेश्चंस भी थोड़े इजी ही थे. नाउ द नेक्स्ट वन इज पैसेज 4. इट्स जियोपॉलिटिक्स एंड द title is The Missing Bridge. What do you see here? You notice the missing bridge? यूरोप एंड अफ्रीका के बीच में यहाँ ब्रिज नहीं बन पा रहा है. क्यों नहीं बन पा रहा है, इस पर बात करेंगे अब. Now, did you see the fair mix of genre and difficulty levels? So first one was Lord Krishna, that was business and philosophy. Then we had this thing, the game wala, that is abstract. Then we had psychological essay. Now it is geopolitics. Very common these days. And bad geography doesn't matter, it's geopolitics. Okay, so let's start the timer. 10 minutes. Here comes the questions. And I'll go invisible. All right. So, questions now. All right. Let's see. First, I'll read the questions. The passage suggests that the primary reason a Europe Africa bridge has not been built is extreme geological instability of the strait, enormous costs relative to projected economic gains, deep-rooted political aid and psychological barriers between the continents, lack of engineering expertise compared to Asia. ठीक है चारों ही ठीक हो सकते हैं read the passage and get to know ये which of the following if true would more strengthen the author's claim that political concerns outweigh engineering barriers ठीक है पढ़ के मालूम पड़ेगा according to the author Africa's hesitation about the bridge primarily stems from अच्छा इंग्लिश हिंदी दोनों बोल रहा हूँ आप ठीक है सबके लिए लैंग्वेज not to worry and I would like all of you to comment only few people are commenting so station about the bridge primarily stems from what? Concerns that the project would be too technologically demanding, fears that Europe would gain disproportionately from the connection, lack of interest in improving connectivity with European markets, doubts about whether such a bridge would attract tourism. Most weaken the idea that psychological identity barriers contribute to the absence of a bridge. Okay, क्या करना है उसको वीकेंड करना है ना वीकेंड करना है ठीक है if you see there are two critical reasoning questions automatically it becomes difficult. The idea of constructing a physical bridge between Europe and Africa, most commonly imagined across the narrow Strait of Gibraltar, has surfaced repeatedly in engineering circles, diplomatic conversations, and speculative futurist essays. The distance between Spain and Morocco is barely 15 kilometers. At its shortest point, from a purely geometric perspective, it seems almost negligent that humanity has not already connected two continents separated by what is essentially a glorified river by global standards. Yet, the absence of such a bridge is not a failure of ambition, rather, it is an artifact of history, geopolitics, engineering complexity, and the uneasy psychology of continents that have long perceived each other through the lens of asymmetry. By the way, all four options look correct here. Okay, because all have been mentioned. Let's read the passage further. तो ये एक ऐसा पैसेज है कि जिन लोगों ने ये ऊपर दो तीन लाइनें पढ़ ली ये पढ़ लिया वो जाके यहाँ पे पागल हो जाएंगे बोलेंगे यार क्या करें उनका मुंह ऐसा हो जाएगा राइट भूल के भी ये गलती मत करना रियल कैट में कि तुमने दो लाइनें पढ़ी अब बोलोगे यार सारा इसे लग रहा है गेटिंग इट आगे देखते हैं engineering feasibility is often cited as the primary barrier. But this but लगा दिया यहाँ पे explanation alone is inadequate. Yes, the strait is deceptively deep, reaching nearly 900 meters in certain sections and sits one of the most geologically restless zones in the Mediterranean. Tectonic plates nudge, tilt. Tectonic plates समझते हो ना? कॉन्टिनेंट के नीचे जो होता है वो मूव करता है तो अर्थक्वेक सुनामी ऐसा होता है enshrined with a rhythm that makes long span megastructures existentially insecure. Any bridge would require unprecedented subsea foundations capable of absorbing or resisting unpredictable shifts. However, engineering challenges of equal magnitude have been solved elsewhere. Japan's Akashi Kakyo Bridge, China's Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge, and even speculative designs for crossing the Bering Strait demonstrate that the limits of engineering tend to bend under political and economic pressure, not the other way around. ठीक है मतलब उल्टा नहीं होता कि इंजीनियरिंग के कारण पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर कम हो जाए ऐसा नहीं होगा पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर से इंजीनियरिंग का गेम हो सकता है ना ये पॉसिबल है This brings the conversation to politics, where the real story lies. Real story lies at the politics. Okay. ठीक है भाई ये वाला क्वेश्चन हो सकता है क्या आप लग तो रहा है कि सी सही है चलो आगे देखते हैं Europe's relationship with Africa is historically entangled, marked by colonial extraction, resource dependency, migration anxieties, and a persistent narrative of developmental hierarchy. A bridge could symbolically erase this distance, collapsing centuries of psychological boundary making. It would facilitate commerce, tourism, cultural exchange, and migration. And therein lies the unsaid fear. Easier mobility could trigger demographic flaws that Europe may not be prepared to assimilate politically or socially. Several policymakers privately concede that infrastructural link would become not just a bridge but a pressure wall for movement, one that would be politically impossible to control. Ah, इसका मतलब हमें मालूम पड़ चुका है कि सी बिल्कुल सही है इट सेज पॉलिटिकल एज वेल एज साइकोलॉजिकल तो फियर भी आ गया ये भी आ गया ऑलराइट ओके Africa's hesitation is a mirror image, but for different reasons. Many African nations perceive Europe's infrastructural enthusiasm with suspicion, viewing it as another attempt at economic structuring that disproportionately benefits European markets and capital interests. बात तो सही है. यूरोप से तो हर किसी को ये डर लगता ही है. A bridge in this narrative becomes a vector of uneven integration, of physical conduit that might accelerate the extraction of value northwards while offering the little structural advantage to the south. South में अफ्रीका हो गया और नॉर्थ में यूरोप हो गया economic calculations further complicate the equation. The cost of Gibraltar Bridge is estimated to be several $100 billion, depending on the design, with a construction timeline exceeding 2 decades. For such an undertaking to be justified, both continents would need a shared vision of long-term economic independence. No such alignment exists. The European Union is inwardly focusing on energy independence, digital sovereignty, and political cohesion, while African nations are prioritizing regional integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The strategic timelines simply do not intersect. स्ट्रैटेजी भी गड़बड़ है दोनों का, फिर बनाने में खर्चा बहुत है, बहुत 20 साल लग जाएंगे, बहुत कुछ है, बहुत नाटक है यार, कोई एक चीज नहीं है, सारी ही चीजें ऐसी हैं कि ब्रिज बनाना इम्पॉसिबल सा हो गया है। लेकिन फिर भी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है? Finally, there is psychological dimension. Boundaries, even narrow ones, shape identity. Bridge reduces continents from mythical constructs to neighboring provinces. The Mediterranean has for thousands of years functioned as both a cradle of connection and a moat of separation. Its symbolic power is not easily neutralized by concrete and steel. The absence of a bridge is therefore not a failure of imagination, but a question of how geography, politics, and identity resist simplification. Sometimes distance persists not because it's technically necessary, but because it remains psychologically meaningful. बिल्कुल सही हो गया, सी बिल्कुल सही है, not a problem. Next one. Authors claim that political concerns outweigh engineering barriers. इसको strengthen करना है इस चीज को हमें, है ना? Okay. Recent studies show new materials can withstand tectonic movement. यार अगर ये सही होगा तो ये क्लेम वीकेंड हो जाएगा ना? न्यू मटेरियल्स मतलब बात इंजीनियरिंग की हो रही है, तो इंजीनियरिंग विल बी ओवरवेइंग द पॉलिटिक्स, so that's why A can be eliminated. Is that clear, everyone? Do you understand that? Yes, all of you. A is weakening, E is strengthening the reverse of it. Engineering वो strengthen कर रहा है. B, Morocco and Spain lack the financial resources to support mega projects. Political concerns outweigh engineering barriers. Mega projects, again talking about engineering, so this is also redundant. It's not strengthening, not weakening. It is neutral. European leaders privately admit that increased migration is a major worry. Privately worry. Global construction firms prefer projects in Asia due to higher profitability. Out of context है. C is correct here. All right. पहले का C हो गया, दूसरे का भी C ही हो गया. आगे बढ़ते हैं. According to the author, Africa's hesitation about the bridge primarily stems from अफ्रीका को डर लगता है ना कि ये कॉलोनियल हैं, फिर से हमारा कहीं हमारा गेम ना कर दें, फिर से आके ये लोग वो ना कर दें, है ना, बर्बाद ना कर दें हमें, है कि नहीं? Okay. Concerns that the project would be too technologically demanding, fears that Europe would gain disproportionately from the connection, lack of interest in improving connectivity, doubts about whether such a bridge would attract tourism. जाहिर सी बात है, अफ्रीका को लगता है कि यूरोप वाले तो थोड़े से हैं ही बंदे खराब टाइप के, ये तो फिर से हमारा गेम कर देंगे, तो भी सही है. Which of the following if true would weaken the idea that psychological identity barriers contribute to the absence of a bridge? हमें इस आइडिया को वीकन करना है, ठीक है? देखते हैं. Surveys show Europeans increasingly support closer cultural integration. Historical trade routes across the Mediterranean were once highly active. African nations prioritize maritime trade over land-based transport. Several continents linked by bridges report no major identity changes. अच्छा, साइकोलॉजिकल बैरियर कौन जो होगा, जो है वो कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है ब्रिज के ना होने में, तो साइकोलॉजी बैरियर है, तो इसका अगर कोई एग्जांपल मिल जाए जहाँ पे मालूम पड़ जाए कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता, वो एग्जांपल डी है. सेवरल कॉन्टिनेंट्स लिंक्ड बाय ब्रिजेस रिपोर्ट नो मेजर आइडेंटिटी चेंजेस. डायरेक्टली आइडेंटिटी की बात हो रही है, तो भाई पहले भी ऐसा हिस्ट्री में हुआ है, कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं था, तो इस आइडिया को वीकन कर देगा डी. इज दैट क्लियर? डी इज करेक्ट हियर. दिस वाज रियली ट्रैप वन. ये वाला था ना, ये सिंपल था नहीं. नाउ आई वांट एवरीवन टू, थोड़ा सा मैं अपना कैमरा ऑन करता हूँ, बहुत देर हो गई. 4 पैसेज कर चुके हैं हम लोग. बताओ मेरे को कैसे लगे पैसेज, मजा आया? एकदम बढ़िया पैसेज थे, इंटरेस्टिंग, इंक्विजिटिव, इंसाइटफुल क्वेश्चंस वगैरह. कैसा लग रहा है? you're liking it, throw some likes. In fact, there are new people. Hope you are enjoying this thing. And we are done with how many? Four passages already. It's been 2 hours into the session, right? And and the next will be verbal ability. I'll be doing a quick fire. See, Parajumbles rapid fire one. So rapid fires are basically the high points of all the sessions that I've taken by now. अर्थ शेकिंग पैसेज देते हैं पैराजम्बल करते हैं थोड़ा सा मूड चेंज करते हैं हर किसी का यहाँ पे नहीं मिले 16 क्वेश्चन डन जैसा आ रही है अच्छा एक बात और मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता हूँ अंकित और इन सबको कि ना मैं प्लान ऐसे मेरा प्लान तो पहले से ही था यार लेकिन ना हो नहीं पा रहा था ड्यू टू मल्टीपल रीजंस आई वोंट टेल द रीजंस कि क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा था अब मैं कर सकता हूँ बिकॉज नाउ आई हैव फुल कंट्रोल ऑन व्हाट आई कैन डू सो आई वाज always planning to have a reading club. I started it thrice in last 3 years, but somehow due to multiple things it could not happen, And we ran a few sessions on that as well. But now, what I'm feeling that I can do it. The reading club. Obviously, it won't be for CAT 2025. तेजस्विनी तुम यहाँ पे हो अच्छा तो 25 because there's no time left but for 26 I'm planning it and not just that what I'm planning is reading club को सिर्फ YouTube पे रखना is not a great idea जो website that I have made for grad school I'm thinking of putting a reading club as a micro site in which I'll be not just giving you writing the essays I think I should also be shooting some video essays do you understand that वीडियो ऐसे समझ में आ रहा है उसको यूट्यूब पे डाल देंगे ऑब्वियसली सो जैसे अभी बात हुई स्ट्रेट ऑफ जिब्राल्टर की या पहले गेम वाली ये लॉर्ड कृष्णा के मैनेजमेंट वाले जो थे व्हाट इफ आई मेक 10 minutes video essays isn't it and then 10 video essays with the PDF through which people can actually read it's a kind of Eon also has some video essays but what if I make everything a video essay with transcripts that is going to help a lot because VARC का जो मेन चीज होती है सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट वो क्या होती है सिर्फ और सिर्फ रीडिंग उसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं राइट so that is what I feel I think I will be doing it once your cat is over the first week of December I'm going full techie mode I have done already a lot of things I have created website में मैंने डाला है I have hidden the pages for now because I don't want to shift my focus anywhere else before your cat but yeah this thing can be done and YouTube is going to be a great what I say um, um, support in that having video essays what do you feel ठीक है तो वो करते हैं now going back to this parajumbles rapid fire so every parajumble would be 1 minute long I'll be giving you 1 minute we're doing 10 how is the idea by the way fascist socialist Gaurav not just that like every Friday it will be kind of premiere thing so I would call it reading club movie club something like that तो नाम चेंज कर दूंगा मैं उसका रीडिंग क्लब अब नाम में नहीं रखूंगा I'll change the name and in that there'll be every Friday there'll be released just like a movie releases 10 minutes का वीडियो चीजों पे so video essay oh okay TS Village and Virginia Woolf that's great so let's start this now I'm going to switch on the timer 1 minute सब पे ठीक रहेगा नहीं कम लगेगा 1 minute तो कम होता है पैराजम्बल के लिए वैसे क्वांट के वो सिंपल वाले क्वेश्चंस नहीं हैं ये तो ये प्रॉपर पैराजम्बल्स हैं हाँ एक बात और कि ये मैंने नहीं बनाए हैं ये सारे के सारे PYQs हैं पैराजम्बल्स तो कुछ तुमने किए भी हो क्या पता मैंने इसीलिए एक वोटिंग भी कराई थी मैंने नोटिस किया है कि लोग जो होते हैं वो आमतौर पे आप लोग जो अपने PYQs किए भी हैं वो तुमने 2023-24 के किए हैं जैसे पीछे जाते रहेंगे वैसे कम होता जाता है तो मैंने पुराने PYQs लिए हैं यहाँ पे सो 2 minutes documentary type भी रखेंगे गौरव हाँ एग्जैक्टली सो लेट्स स्टार्ट इट नाउ हियर आई स्टार्ट एंड हाँ दैट्स हाउ विल गो फर्स्ट All right then. So earlier we used to do 10 questions in rapid fires, right? But now it'll be five only because हर पे 2 मिनट लग रहा है तो मैं आंसर बता दूंगा. हाँ सर, इसीलिए मैंने पीछे कर दिया. आई टेल दी आंसर्स. तो इसमें नहीं, पांच ही करेंगे, पांच पांच करेंगे, बहुत सारे हैं यहाँ पे. फॉन्ट में हम लोग 10 करते थे कि छोटे छोटे सवाल थे वो. आंसर रिवील. नहीं नहीं नहीं, ब्रेक नहीं है ब्रो, वो बस वो आगे स्लाइड पड़ गई थी, अभी मैं बताता हूँ. आई टेल द आंसर्स. चलो, लेट्स सी. So when what's my strategy? I'll tell you what. Tell you what my strategy. Like people feel that parajumbles बहुत गंदे होते हैं, नहीं करने चाहिए, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से करने चाहिए. पहली बात तो टीटा है, कुछ जान नहीं रहा आपका, कुछ आएगा ही. मैं क्या करता हूँ, दो पैराजम्बल आएंगे, क्या पता एक ही करूँ, पर करूंगा जरूर. My idea is to look at the small shortest sentence. That is my idea. Shortest यही है. Good writers use more verbs. बहुत अच्छी बात है. लग रहा है कि शुरू कर सकता है. It can actually start the entire paragraph. We don't really know, but it can start. तो ना जैसे ही मैं छोटा स्टेटमेंट पढ़ता हूँ, मुझे मालूम पड़ता है कि मैं इसको यूज कर सकता हूँ कि नहीं कर सकता हूँ शुरुआत में. तो शुरुआत में हो सकता है. अच्छा, फिर लिखते हैं हाउ एवर इट इज हार्ड टू राइट विदाउट वर्ड्स. हाउ एवर इट इज हार्ड टू राइट विदाउट वर्ड्स. Good writers use more verbs. However, when they say however, that means it should invalidate invalidate a fact where writing without verbs has been deemed easy, right? तो पहले वाले में ऐसा नहीं है. दैट इज फॉर श्योर. तो पहले की बात पे नहीं आएगा, इतना कंफर्म है. हाँ, पर एक बात जरूर है कि जो बी है वो स्टार्टिंग नहीं हो सकती. मैं आई जस्ट रीडिंग बी ओवर हियर. ओके, यू वांट मी टू स्विच ऑन द वीडियो? जस्ट अ मोमेंट. um okay, here I am. All right. Okay, good. So ओके, यहाँ तक तो समझ में आ जाता है. अब बाकी आगे देखते हैं और क्या है. नाउ इट सेज, तो सी सी ही है उसके बाद. द रीजन इज दैट इफ अननेसेसरी वर्ड्स आर रिड्यूस्ड, द वर्ब परसेंटेज गोes up as a mathematical necessity. Mathematical necessity. When they say mathematical necessity, what does that mean? um Balancing act of grammar. तो अगर मैं ए देखता हूँ, गुड राइटर्स यूज मोर वर्ब्स, तो उसका ना उसका एक रीजन ये सी में दिखाई देता है. लगता है कि सी कैन बी रीजन. इफ आई ट्राई टू पुट इट हियर, आई विल सी गुड राइटर्स use more verbs. The reason is that if unnecessary words are reduced, the verb percentage goes up as a mathematical necessity. तो unnecessary words को कम करने के लिए मैं verbs और use कर लूंगा. Okay, looks good. D says so. Use verbs is not really good advice. Writers have to use verbs and try to add extra ones would not turn out well. ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे एक जो चीज है ना कि वर्ब परसेंटेज गोज अप एज एन नेसेसिटी. तो लेकिन इसको कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया है किसने, बी में. हाउएवर इट इज हार्ड टू राइट विदाउट वर्ब्स, सो यूज ऑफ नॉट रियली गुड एडवाइस. एंड में तो बेसिकली देयर इज अ फिनोमिनन, देन देयर इज अ रीजन, देन देयर इज अ कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन, एंड देन देयर इज समरी. दैट इज व्हाट द फ्लो इज. सिंपल फ्लो. ACDB will be correct answer here. Sorry, ACBD. Is that clear? A statement has been made, the reason has been given in C, and B gives a contradiction, and D summarizes the entire thing. Is that cool? Is that clear? Engineering dynamite, I'll have to see. अभी तो कल परसों तो नहीं है, उसके बाद देखते हैं. Now, coming to second one. Is that clear, everyone? Second one. So here it says, छोटा वाला देखूंगा पहले मैं. छोटा कौन सा, बड़े लंबे ही हैं. छोटा बी है. लेट्स रीड बी. The French Revolution invented modern revolution. The idea that humans can transform the world according to a plan and so has a central place in the study of the social sciences. So bill looks like a proper introductory sentence. All right, I'll have to look at others also. The first one says, okay, it has introduced French Revolution and what it did, modern revolution. And what is modern revolution? The idea where humans feel that that there is a plan in which world can be transformed. And this is central to in the study of social sciences. So basically, B establish a great fact. So B looks like the opening statement, but let's read others also. द फ्रेंच रेवोल्यूशन, अब मैं यही पढ़ना चाहूंगा जहां पे ये वर्ड दोबारा यूज किया गया है. The French Revolution created a vision for a new moral universe where sovereignty resides in nations, that a constitution and the rule of law govern politics, that people are equal and enjoy inalienable rights, and that church and state thought should be separate. Okay. लग रहा है कि A can follow up. अब A can be coming after B, that is for sure. But immediately after B, we are not sure because we have not yet read the other statements. Let's read this also. It ushered in modernity by destroying the foundations of the old regime, absolutist politics, legal inequality, a feudal economy characterized by guilds, mineralism, and even serfdom, and an alliance of church and state. चर्च एंड स्टेट का अलायंस को इन लोगों ने तोड़ दिया. डिस्ट्रॉयड द फाउंडेशंस ऑफ church and state, right? Okay. And here in A also it's mentioned कि ये करने से हुआ क्या, church और state should be separate, ये बात भी रखी गई. पहले church and state were same, there was an alliance, now it should be separate. That's what French Revolution actually did. B says that vision is enshrined in the declaration. Which vision? This vision. Oh, wow. So A and D are absolute pairs. Getting it? French version created a vision. That vision is enshrined in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen of 1789, whose proclamation is this. और 1948 का ये पहुंच गया Declaration of Human Rights. So D looks like a kind of a conclusion, because you're in hierarchy, in chronology, mod UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights comes much after French Revolution. Okay, so ADR confirmed pairs, point number one. And point number two, D will be summarizing. So obviously AD cannot come before B, that is for sure. The only place left for C is this. So now it makes sense. French Revolution ने ये किया, उसने क्या किया बताया गया है, फिर उसको और भी एक्सप्लेन किया गया है कि जो ओल्ड रेजिम को डिस्ट्रॉय किया किस तरह से किया और उससे क्या निकला आउटकम था, वो ए में बोला गया एंड डी समराइज. सो BCAD is the most plausible sequence. Is that clear? Next, South Pole Telescope. छोटा वाला कौन सा है, छोटा वाला कौन सा है, पहला ही छोटा है. ओके, पहला और चौथा छोटा है. During 24-hour darkness of the austral autumn and winter, the South Pole Telescope operates non-stop under impeccable conditions for astronomy. I'll just write A here. I don't know. It can open the statement. It can do whatever. We don't really know by now. Till now. Okay. आगे देखते हैं. D. From an astronomer's perspective, not until the sun goes down and stays down March to September does the South Pole get benign. अच्छा, एक चीज देखो, ये बोल रहा है not until the sun goes down and stays down. By the way, on poles, on poles what happens? On poles what happens? 6 months day, 6 months night. I hope you know that, right? दो स्क्रीन मेरे सामने पर, यहाँ मैं वहाँ देख रहा हूँ. ओके, सो ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे क्या है कि इट ऑपरेट्स नॉन स्टॉप व्हेन एन ऑस्ट्रल ऑटम एंड विंटर. डी में बोल रहा है सन गोज डाउन एंड स्टेज डाउन, that means it's winters. You understand that? If sun stays down, it's basically winters, not summers. I hope all of you know that. So March through September does the South Pole get benign? Okay. ऐसा लगता है कि A should follow D, isn't it? अभी वी आर नॉट रियली श्योर. अभी मैं बी और सी पढ़ूंगा. ऐसा लग रहा है कि डी के अंदर बताया गया है कि विंटर्स में होता है, और वही विंटर्स में क्या होता है वो ए में दिखा दिया गया. तो डी एंड ए आर फॉर्मिंग अ पेयर एंड विल बी श्योर ओनली आफ्टर रीडिंग बी एंड सी आल्सो. ओके. C says the South Pole has the harshest environment on Earth, but also the most benign, says William Holzapfel, a University of California at Berkeley astrophysicist, the on-site lead researcher at the South Pole Telescope. South Pole has the harshest environment. ओके, सी के बाद ही आना चाहिए ना. यहाँ पहले इंट्रोड्यूस किया बाय सम स्कॉलर, विलियम हॉल्जफेल. that it has got the harshest environment, or astronomer के perspective से ऐसा ठीक है. So C looks like should be coming first. Let's B also, and we'll be sure. The atmosphere is thin. The pole is more than 9,300 feet above sea level, 9,000 of which are ice. Stable due to the absence of the heating and cooling effects of a rising settling sun. The pole has one of the calmest winds on Earth, blowing almost always from the same direction. देखो, impeccable conditions for astronomy. Atmosphere is thin. Now, condition for astronomy has been discussed in B, so B will be coming after this. CDAB is the most plausible sequence. Oh, wow. Getting it? So this here, what I did, I just looked at the keywords which can, create pairs, and a flow of, what do you say? A flow of an article writing of an article. That is what it is in this parajumble. Next one, perpetuating standards. As an operating system, Latin and French outlived the strategic preeminence of Rome and France. All right. As operating systems, Latin and French outlived the strategic preeminence of Rome and France. I just write A here. I don't know. It starts, ends. No, I don't really know anything. Let's read other options also. Nor will Chinese. नॉर से शुरू है तो ऑब्वियसली बी तो ओपनिंग स्टेटमेंट हो सकता है, बी कहीं बाद में आएगा. आई राइटिंग बी हियर. नॉर विल चाइनीज, उससे पहले कोई और बना चाहिए. Once a standard exists, it tends to perpetuate itself just like the dollar, for all its ups and downs will not soon yield to the euro or the renminbi. All right. Okay. फिर ये बोल रहा है, nor will Chinese, Russian or Indian culture soon shoulder aside the American version, high or low, whose draw is embodied by Howard and Hollywood. High or low, ups and downs. B and C has got some kind of pairing. By such measures, no other rival, not even China, comes close to America, whatever the country's many familiar failings and riches of the rising rest. ठीक है. All right. This is a kind of tricky, right? It's very strange kind of passage. Okay. ठीक है. फिर से देखते हैं. यहाँ तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा. There is no flow of events, no chronology, nothing. I'll have to look at what can be the conclusion, what can be the opening. एक बात तो कंफर्म है, नॉर वाला तो neither opening nor this. By such measures, no other rival, not even China, come close to America. ठीक है, ये जो है D is definitely ending the paragraph, right? D is definitely ending the paragraph. Okay. Now, and B is obviously not the opening statement. It can be either A or C. Let's try to understand A or C. A is talking about as operating system, Latin and French this, and C once a standard. So C is basically trying to establish. C is basically trying to establish. Establishing what? Establish um, um, the entire setting of the paragraph, the entire premise of the paragraph, right? So C will be the one, not A, which will be starting, and D is the one that is ending. Now we have to place AB or BA, which will be the best one. BA or AB. Okay. So C में बोला है, once the standard exists, it tends to perpetuate. It's like dollar. Ups and downs will not soon yield to the euro or renminbi, nor will Chinese, Russian, or Indian cultures. Okay, as operating system. All right. So B is the one which actually uh, goes with not. Here it is more of grammar. Not soon yield, nor will Chinese. Okay, so not and nor are making a pair over here. It's more grammatical, and then comes A. So CBAD is the most possible sequence of how I did it. First, I tried to look at what can be the conclusion, and between A and C, what can be the opening. And after that, I tried to look at the grammatical meaning of nor and not, and that is how I have come to CBAD. This one was really difficult. This is a kind of sequence which can be skipped. All right. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड? मुझे कितनी देर से लाइव है, लिखा तो है ऊपर, लिखा होगा इसमें, देखो लिख के आता है। ओके, प्लांट इवोल्यूशन, ये थोड़ा सा इजी हो सकता है ना? प्लांट इवोल्यूशन, छोटा वाला पढ़ूंगा पहले में। द इक्वली फेमिलियर ग्रासेस अपीयर्ड इवन मोर रिसेंटली, इट कैन नॉट ओपन द स्टेटमेंट। इक्वली फेमिलियर, फेमिलियर किससे? फेमिलियर किससे? देखते हैं। फ्लावरिंग प्लांट्स ओनली अपीयर्ड इन द मिडिल ऑफ द डायनासोर एरा। इक्वली ग्रासेस अपीयर्ड इवन मोर रिसेंटली, अरे वाह। डी और सी एक पेयर बना रहा है। There have been land plants for 465 million years, yet there were no flowers for about two-thirds of that time. Two-thirds of that time. तो फ्लोरिंग प्लांट्स नहीं थे, फ्लोरिंग प्लांट अभी अभी आए हैं, तो बी के बाद डी आएगा, मैंडेटरी पेयर है। Oldest fossil grasses are just 70 million years old, although grass may have evolved a bit earlier than that. फॉसिल 70 मिलियन ईयर्स ओल्ड है, तो उससे पहले भी हो सकता है कि हुआ हो। और ठीक है, ओके 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 ओके। बी starts, there have been land plants for 465 million years, yet there were no flowers for two-thirds of the time. Flowering plants only appeared middle dinosaur era. The equally familiar grasses appeared even more recently. Right? Okay. अब ये अगर इक्वली फेमिलियर बोल रहा है, इक्वली फेमिलियर बोल रहा है, तो इक्वली फेमिलियर किससे होना चाहिए? वो किससे फेमिलियर है? वो उनसे फेमिलियर है जो फ्लावरिंग प्लांट जो अभी अभी आए हैं। इसका मतलब ये कि सी विल फॉलो टी एंड ए इज द वन विच विल summarize the entire thing. A will summarize. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड दैट? यहाँ पे बी डी ए सी और बी डी सी में काफी कंफ्यूजन रहा होगा। बी और डी क्यों शुरुआत में समझ में आ चुका है। यहाँ प्रॉब्लम कौन सी है कि हम सी पहले लें कि ए पहले लें। तो सी में जो इक्वली फेमिलियर है वो किससे फेमिलियर होना चाहिए? किससे होना चाहिए? और मोर रिसेंटली आया है तो उन्हीं से होना चाहिए जो बाद में आए हैं, जो नए नए आए हैं। तो फ्लावरिंग प्लांट से इक्वली फेमिलियर है। और बाद में बता रहा है कि भाई जो 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 ग्रासेस, दूसरी grasses है, oldest grasses, not the familiar grasses. People are marking A, C because they look at grasses. But the problem here is in C we have equally familiar grasses and A we have just the grasses. तो equally familiar किससे होना चाहिए? किसी चीज से होना चाहिए, that is flowering plants. So B, D, C is the most plausible sequence. This one was might be difficult. So before we go to the next one, yeah. So here comes the break, and break चाहिए नहीं चाहिए? ये तो मैंने ऐसे रखा है कि probably people will require break after doing 4 RCs, out of which 2 were really difficult, and then 5 Parajumbles. That was my idea of making the entire flow of session. But if you don't need a break, it's fine by me. 12 बजे लेते हैं तो फायदा नहीं होगा ना, फिर वो नहीं बनेगा। एक यहाँ पे एक सिस्टम हो गया ना कि हमने ये 4 कर लिए और एक ये कर लिया है। अब आगे बढ़ूंगा तो फिर मैं ब्रेक 12 नहीं ले पाऊंगा, फिर मैं डायरेक्टली ब्रेक 3 घंटे बाद लूंगा। मतलब आई वॉन्ट इट टू लुक लाइक अ चैप्टर एज a Netflix release. There's a series, 3 episodes are over. Fourth episode में एकदम नया कुछ बैंगर आएगा. So that is how I have planned this session. है ना? तो ब्रेक बीच में नहीं मिलेगा, 3 घंटे बाद मिलेगा। अच्छा, मजा आ रहा है। आई एम रियली हैप्पी हो। आमतौर पे पॉइंट में तो लोग, मजा आता है, लोग मतलब रहते हैं बहुत देर तक, उन्हें पता नहीं चलता, बट वीआरसी वैसा हो रहा है। लाइक यू गाइस हैव स्टडीड फॉर ऑलमोस्ट पौने 3 घंटे पढ़ चुके हो। अगला पता है क्या है? पैसेज 5। पैसेज 5 का तुम देखोगे क्या लिखा हुआ है? सिंबद द सेलर, arts and culture. This is a totally banger thing. Things will change after this. टाइम पता ही नहीं चला। एक काम करो, बहुत लोग डिनर नहीं किया, कर ही लेते हैं क्योंकि फिर अगला ब्रेक जल्दी मिलेगा नहीं। लेट्स टेक द ब्रेक, ऑल ऑफ यू go and have something, maybe prepare some coffee, मुंह धो लो, फ्रेश हो जाओ, फिर मैं भी फ्रेश हो जाता हूँ, मुंह धो लेता हूँ, मैं कॉफी बना के लाता हूँ। ओके, हाँ कर लेते हैं। तो फर्स्ट ब्रेक हियर। वाह, अंकित बिल्कुल करूँगा, नाइस आइडिया। देखो आज तो मैंने ना कमाल कर रखा है, मैंने एक पता है एक बनाई है, कहाँ गया वो, वेयर इज दैट, नॉट दिस वन, अभी यू विल सी समथिंग। अब जरूरत ही नहीं है, मैंने यही लिया फर्स्ट ब्रेक, मैंने एक स्ट्रिप बनाना चाह रहा था, बट नाउ इट्स नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, सो ऑलरेडी ब्रेक की स्ट्रिप बनी हुई है। कूल देन, लेट्स कैच अप इन 15 minutes. Time by my watch is 11:48. Okay, चलो, I'm going on mute and I'm switching off my camera. All right. Break up बोल रहा हूँ मैं, break over. All right. Break up. That came out wrong. Ah, wow. Here I am. Come on. So mark your presence. It's been, पिछले कुछ time से, from the time I have opened this channel, it's been, today is the 12th day. इन 12 दिनों में बहुत कम सोया हूँ. So I'm not flexing or kind of complaining. I'm loving it actually. कल मैं केवल 3 घंटे सोया था. मेरा मन था दिन में सो जाऊं, बट बिकॉज ऑफ आई हैड टू मेक दिस कंटेंट, सो आई फेल्ट लाइक ओके अभी सो मैंने कहा, नहीं थोड़ा और बेटर कर लेते हैं. थोड़ा सा यार, चलो क्वेश्चन अच्छे डाल दिए, थोड़ा ट्रैप भी डाल देते हैं, ये हो गया, चलो यार थोड़ा सा ना एनिमेशन भी डाल देते हैं. तो ऑल दैट स्टफ अल्टीमेटली व्हाट हैपेंड दैट आई कुड नॉट स्लीप. एंड देन आई वाज लाइक 12 आवर्स जगना है, 3 घंटे सोने के बाद, तो 48 घंटे में सिर्फ 3 घंटे सोना इज नॉट अ गुड आइडिया. बट देन my psychology has overpowered my biology. And what I'm saying over here is not just my thought, it's your thought as well, because you are also undergoing the same kind of um cocktail of hormones, maybe emotions. So emotions, people call it emotions, I call it cocktail of hormones. Dopamine, endorphins are getting secreted. So even if I have not slept for so many hours, and so have you, still we are here, and that is going to pay back for sure to all of us. So to that purpose and to that cause, let's start again. All right, here we go. The next RC. Yes, Ankit. This is passage 5, arts and culture. So basically, my idea was to walk you through all sorts of genre, all sorts of questions that can be thrown at you. अब देखो, ये क्वांट का क्लास तो है नहीं जहाँ मैं बोलूँ कि ये सवाल आ ही जाएगा. हाँ, पर इतना जरूर है कि हर तरह के आरसी करने के बाद, तो माय आइडिया इज टू, ओके, इवन इफ यू हैव नॉट रेड मच, आई विल ट्राई टू मेक यू रीड डाइवर्स काइंड ऑफ जॉनरा, सो दैट इफ समथिंग न्यू कम्स इन द कैट यू आर टोटली प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर इट. थोड़ा हेल्प तो हो ही जाएगा, जितनी तैयारी तुम्हारी हो चुकी है 10% तो बढ़ ही जाएगा एटलीस्ट, राइट? सो लेट्स गो देयर, लेट्स स्टार्ट इट. आर्ट्स एंड कल्चर इज द जॉनरा एंड टॉपिक इज सिंबाद द सेलर. वो गाना सुने, सिंबाद द सेलर एक जहाज. इट्स वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट सॉन्ग्स, रॉक रॉक ऑन मूवी का. सिंबद सेलर एक जहाज में जब चला, मेरे यार सुन लो, ढूंढ रहा था एक नई दुनिया का पता, मेरे यार सुन लो, वो अपनी ही धुन में रहा, वो सुनता था दिल का कहा, वो उसके थे जो सपने, वही उसके थे अपने, ऐसा था सिंबद सेलर सेलर. याद है गाना? तो सिंबाद द सेलर एक गाना ऐसा है जो बहुत मोटिवेशनल है. बहुत अच्छी लाइनें हैं उसके अंदर. नहीं सुना सुन लेना, और सुना है तब भी दोबारा सुन लेना. बहुत ही ज्यादा मोटिवेटिंग सॉन्ग है वो. तो उसी उस वो मैं सिंबाद का फैन हूँ बचपन से ही बहुत ज्यादा. तो मेरा मन था कि सिंबाद पे एक आरसी होनी चाहिए. सो हियर आई प्रेजेंट टू माय चाइल्डहुड fascination to Simbad. Yes. उसका जहाज गिरा तूफानों में. Once we finish this, all of us would sing it together. Obviously, I can't hear you. You can hear me. Once we finish this RC, we'll sing the second stanza. उसका जहाज गिरा तूफानों में. Okay? So to Sinbad, let's dedicate. Here we go. Timer starts now. Questions first. Now I start with the paragraph. Here I go, the passage, and the paragraph, but the passage. Here we are. Should we start with the passage? Or anyone wants to see any question again? I think one question got repeated um, by mistake. So it's three questions only. Question 1, 2, and 4. Okay, let's start. In the sprawling landscape of middle, I'll read it like a storyteller. All of you can just, kind of just listen to my voice. In the sprawling landscape of Middle Eastern folklore, few figures occupy as paradoxically fluid a position as Sinbad the sailor. He is simultaneously a merchant, a wanderer, a fabulist, a proto-imperialist explorer, depending entirely on which version of the tales one reads and which cultural lens one applies. The stories attributed to him were never codified by a single author. Instead, they evolved through centuries of oral retellings, scribal embellishments, and intercultural borrowing. This diffusion makes Sinbad less a character and more a narrative container, an empty vessel into which each era pours its obsessions. Questions by Leta Fatavat. First says the passage most strongly implies that Sinbad's enduring appeal lies in first is his representation of universal human resilience across cultures, his narrative malleability. What is malleability? The what do you call it? Um in diverse situations, something is suitable. That is malleability. Okay, versatility in a way, allowing reinterpretation across eras. His embodiment of early economic and colonial anxieties, the fantastical elements that enrich the cosmopolitan folklore tradition. All right. Now, most reasonably inferred about modern portrayals of Sinbad. They simplify the character to align with contemporary storytelling expectations. They reflect renewed interest in historical maritime trade narratives. They aim to restore the authenticity missing in medieval manuscripts. They emphasize his hybrid cultural origins more than the original tales did. All right. ये तो repeat हो गया question है ना? Then comes special the following if true, most weaken the claim that Sinbad is an empty vessel shaped by each era. First is newly discovered manuscripts show a consistent personality across all voyages. Scholars find strong parallels between Sinbad and real historical merchants. Oral traditions from multiple regions share similar plot structures. Most adaptations portray Sinbad as adventurous and morally upright. ठीक है सबके अलग आंसर्स हैं बात तो सही है ऑलराइट BAA बहुत कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं सही क्या होगा चलो देखते हैं going back to the passage going back to the passage well यहाँ पे ना this is used already. This diffusion makes Sinbad less a character and more a narrative container, an empty vessel into which each era pours its obsessions. So I think this can be answered without reading further. Narrative malleability ही है ना ये हर जगह बात हो सकती है इनके बारे में तो B is correct. I think all of you have got it correct. Okay. Some scholars argue that Sinbad's voyages reflect the economic anxieties of medieval trade. In this interpretation, so this is the first interpretation. Okay, the first interpretation says um, the it reflects the economic anxieties of medieval trade. Medieval period पता है आप लोग को ना जो modern और ancient के बीच में है, right? Almost 8th century to 17th century, something like that. Um, that is medieval. Mhm. In this interpretation, the monstrous islands, cyclopean birds, and treacherous seas are metaphors for fluctuating markets, risky trade routes, and the terrifying uncertainty of maritime commerce. By the way, I'm pretty sure that you guys would not have expected this kind of content in this passage. तुम्हें लगा होगा मैं सिंबाद की कहानी सुनाने वाला हूँ, पर यहाँ पे सिंबाद has been used as a metaphor, right? All right. Sinbad's survival against improbable odds exemplifies a fantasy of stability and chaos, a merchant who always returns richer, reinforcing the myth that fortune rewards the persistent. Yet, a competing school claims, the दूसरा interpretation ये है इसका, the tales do the opposite. They expose the absurdity of trusting in commercial success, portraying Simbad as a compulsive wanderer condemned to cyclical misfortune. Every journey begins with naive optimism and ends with catastrophe, suggesting not triumph but entrapment. दो तरह की बातें दोनों अलग अलग है ना हाँ एग्जैक्टली नैरेटिव थीम नहीं है इसका Post-colonial interpretations introduce another tension. To some readers, Sinbad is an early avatar of the colonial gaze, a traveler who extracts wonders from foreign lands without fully understanding them. But others point out Sinbad himself is often powerless, tossed around by forces beyond comprehension, and hardly resembling an agent of domination. He behaves less like a conqueror and more like a witness, documenting encounters that destabilize rather than affirm his worldview. The tales become less about exploration, more about the fragility of human perspective when confronted with the unknown. यहाँ पे क्या है कि it's not about the tales, not a sailor and all that stuff. It's more about the human fragility. Human when humans confront some dangers, then what happens to them? How do they behave? तो इसमें ये वाली बात करी गई है. ठीक है, आगे देखते हैं. Despite these contradictions, Sinbad endures as a cultural archetype. Modern adaptations depict him as heroic, calculating, even morally consistent, qualities the original stories conspicuously lack. और ये जो गाना था सिंबाद द सेलर एक जहाज में चला वो भी एक मॉडर्न एडेप्टेशन है राइट This sanitized version may have less to do with historical fidelity than with modern discomfort toward ambiguity. The original Sinbad is not noble, nor wicked, nor reliably brave. He is above all inconsistent. And it is this inconsistency that scholars find so compelling. The stories survive not because they present a coherent worldview, but because they refuse to. जिसको जैसा चाहिए वैसा उसने अपने आप को अब सिंबाद को वैसा बना दिया ठीक है The irony is that Sinbad is both universal and deeply local. His voyages map a world shaped by Indian Ocean trade networks, Persian cosmologies, African mythic structures, and Arabic narrative forms. His identity shifts because the stories themselves are hybrid, an archive of global imagination disguised as a sailor's memoir. It's called memoir. To search for the real Sinbad is to misunderstand the point. The tales are built precisely on the impossibility of singularity. What survives not a fixed hero, but a shimmering ambiguity that allows each generation to reconstruct him anew. देखो नैरेटिव स्ट्रक्चर होता तो बच्चों की कहानी होती मैंने जो बोला भी था माई चाइल्डहुड फैसिनेशन बट दिस इज अ प्रॉपर कैरेक्टर एलिमेंट पैसेज which talks about multiple things at once. जैसा मेरा मूड वैसा सिंबाद एग्जैक्टली समीर सो पहला तो हमने आंसर कर ही चुके हैं दूसरा देखते हैं इसमें से क्या सबसे ज्यादा रीजनेबली इन्फर किया सकता है द कंक्लूजन बेस्ड पैसेज इन्फ्रेंस बेस्ड क्वेश्चन ठीक they simplify the character to align with contemporary storytelling expectations. I think this is correct. This is correct. अभी मैंने समझाया भी समीर ने बोला भी जैसा मेरा मूड वैसा सिंदबाद है ना they reflect renewed interest in historical maritime trade narratives. This can be true, but this is not cannot be most is the degree of expectation. So B is true, but it lacks the degree which option A has. They aim to restore the authenticity missing in medieval manuscripts. This is out of context. They emphasize his hybrid cultural origins more than the original tales did. This is also true. This can be inferred, right? But you know what? More than emphasis on his hybrid cultural origins, modern portrayals are more about how a person is, what are the conditions, which era or which region or which time he or she lives in, right? So A will be because the degree is most. That's why we'll go with A. Others also look correct, but A is correct one here. Coming to last one. If true, would most frequently claim that Sinbad is an empty vessel shaped by each era. Okay, now newly discovered manuscripts show consistent personality across all voyages. यही है सही. Empty vessel का मतलब क्या हुआ? पानी जैसा. जो रंग डाल दो उस रंग का हो जाएगा. Empty vessel है. जैसा सोचो वैसा बन जाएगा. जो गुड़ डालना है डाल दो. जो गुड़ निकालना है निकाल लो. क्योंकि वो inconsistent था. That was the thing of fascination because his entire portrayal has been inconsistent. but the first one says that it consistent हो गया तो ये most weaken करेगा. I don't think I need to read other options as well, but even if I read, scholars find strong parallels between Simbad and the real historical merchants. ये भी claim, ये भी weaken करेगा, ये भी weaken करेगा. Oral traditions from multiple regions share similar plot structures, ये भी weaken करेगा. Most adaptations portray Simbad and adventures morally upright, ये भी weaken करेगा, because in all these four options his personality has been described as consistent, right? You know why? You know what? But the thing is, B, C, and D are specific personality archetypes, while A is talking about all of it all together. That is why we'll go with A, not with B, C, or D. And probably that's the reason a lot of people marked wrong. All right. Have you got that? Looks good. Yeah. Okay. Next. जो मेरा डिजाइन लैंग्वेज था अभी तक मैंने एकदम चेंज किया. Look at this. Passage 6 art, and the genre is arts and culture, and the topic is Hitchcockian cinema. How many of you know this man, Alfred Hitchcock? Cinematic genius. ये इमेज बनाने में काफी टाइम लगा था, पर मजा भी बहुत आया था. हाँ, ये मैं ही हूँ, मैंने ही अपना फोटो डाल दिया है हिचकॉक के साथ बैठा था कि ठीक है, मिल तो नहीं सकते, एटलीस्ट सपनों में ही सोच सकते हैं. सॉन्ग जो हम, चलो बाद में करेंगे उसको. फिलहाल मोड चेंज हो गया है. अब वी आर गोइंग टू हिचकॉक. पीपल यू नो हिचकॉक. हिचकॉक से बहुत लोग, ये इन्होंने नॉयर फिल्मोग्राफी को बहुत, वर्टिगो इज अ मूवी, साइको इज अ मूवी बाय हिचकॉक. तो नॉयर फिल्म मेकिंग फिल्म मेकर थी ये, नियो नॉयर फिल्म मेकर, है ना. तो ऐसा था. टाइमर को एड करने का अरेन क्या फायदा है, क्योंकि 30 सेकेंड्स ईच में तुम्हें वो दिखाता हूँ, क्या बोलते हैं, क्वेश्चंस. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चंस नाउ. दिस इज द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. 30 सेकेंड्स फॉर दिस. साइको देखी है. कॉलेज में तुम क्या किसी फिल्म स्कूल से पढ़े हो? अभी कॉलेज में अगर साइको दिखा रहे हैं मतलब वो फिल्म स्कूल में पढ़े हो. यस, साइको इज वन ऑफ बेस्ट मूवीज एवर मेड. नॉर्थ बाय द वेस्ट, यस. लेट मी स्विच ऑफ माय कैमरा. All right. Welcome, Advitya, Aditi, whatever. So, should I explain the passage now? I'll just switch off my camera. Okay. क्वेश्चन टू, वांट टू सी क्वेश्चन टू? अभी तुम क्वेश्चन टू हमेशा क्यों मिस करते हो, मुझे समझ में ये नहीं आया अभी तक। अच्छा, कई लोगों ने किए। ओके। अदिति, ऑलराइट। Okay, so now let me explain the passage. Alfred Hitchcock's. Aditi, you missed this image. I want to show you. See, I'm sitting with Alfred Hitchcock. How cool is that? Well, coming to the questions now. Alfred Hitchcock's cinema is commonly reduced to a convenient. पहले questions पढ़ लेता हूँ मैं. The passage says that the defining feature of Hitchcock's cinema is reliance on flawed protagonists to create moral ambiguity, construction of suspense through destabilized perception rather than hidden plot points, the use of mundane objects as symbolic anchors of tension, deliberate subversion of classical Hollywood narrative expectations. Okay. Author's discussion of Hitchcock's contradictions most strongly implies that attempts to categorize his work inevitably oversimplify its complexity. His films were guided more by improvisation than by thematic intent. His experimental films undermined his reputation as a suspense director. His career lacked a coherent aesthetic sensibility across genres. Okay. The author introduces epistemic claustrophobia. This is a contextual vocabulary question. Epistemic claustrophobia primarily to show how excessive information can create disorientation rather than insight. ये तो आजकल हो रहा है हमारे साथ 21st century में, right? Argue that Hitchcock's protagonists were fundamentally unreliable, demonstrate the evolution of cinematic suspense techniques, contrast Hitchcock's approach with filmmakers who rely on jump scares. Cool. Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the claim that Hitchcock builds suspense through perceptual instability rather than information gaps? So someone said, I think Samir said that, or Saf, Shoaib said that, I think. The fourth question का जो question stem है, that answers the first question, isn't it? ऐसा लग रहा है ना? ठीक है. Several critics argue, ये तो बाद में पढ़ेंगे, claim weaken करना है कि Hitchcock builds suspense through perceptual instability rather than rather than information gaps. और ये देखते ही बिना क्वेश्चन पढ़े भी मुझे लगता है मैं एक काम कर सकता हूँ. देखो, ऐसा कई बार हो जाता है कि वी कैन डायरेक्टली मार्क द करेक्ट आंसर which is 90%. In 90% cases it's true, and that is this: destabilized perception rather than hidden plot points. Okay, who said that? चलो देखते हैं. Alfred Hitchcock's cinema is commonly reduced to convenient constellation of tropes: suspense, voyeurism, blonde heroines, guilty innocence, and psychological rupture. Yet such taxonomies. What is taxonomy? Study of naming of things. Okay, in case you don't know, taxonomy is naming things. While technically accurate, miss the deeper structural peculiarity that scholars increasingly identify. Hitchcock's films operate as crises of perception rather than crises of plot. Suspense does not arise from what the audience does not know, but from what they cannot fully trust. All right. Hitchcock weaponizes ambiguity not by withholding information, but by flooding the viewer with it, destabilizing the boundary between revelation and misdirection. So this thing has been mentioned in one of the uh, options. Central to this destabilization is what some theorists call epistemic claustrophobia. ये सवाल क्लियरली पूछा गया है यहाँ पे थर्ड में, है ना? Okay, we can answer that. In films like Vertigo or Rear Window, the camera does not merely observe; it confines. The audience is granted excessive access to protagonist's gaze, yet insufficient access to the truth behind that gaze. Viewers are simultaneously omniscient. You know what is omniscient? Omniscient is one who knows everything. Omni जहां भी आएगा मतलब हर जगह सब कुछ. Scient मतलब knower of everything. Like omnipresent, one who's present everywhere. Okay. Equipped with perspectives that offer insight but no clarity. Okay. Okay. This paradox generates a unique kind of cinematic anxiety, a sense of knowing too much and too little at the same time. Wow. Okay, I think I can answer this now. Hannah? Epistemic claustrophobia. I'll tell you what. What is epistemic? Epistemology, I think I used the term earlier as well. Study of knowledge. Study of knowledge. Claustrophobia, fear of confined spaces. So basically, when you're knowledgeable as well as confined. So this is like, excessive information can create disorientation rather than insight. Information is a lot, you won't be insightful. Probably you become disoriented. So A looks correct to me here. B talks about protagonist, which is not given in the passage. मतलब passage में given होगा उस जगह पे नहीं है जहाँ पे इसमें claustrophobia बोला गया है. Demonstrate evolution of cinematic suspense techniques? No. No. So A is totally, absolutely correct. Okay. अच्छा, एक चीज और. Author's discussion of Hitchcock's contradictions most strongly implies that attempts to categorize his work inevitably oversimplify its complexity. In fact, ये शुरुआत में बोला भी गया है, देखो. Commonly reduced to convenient constellation of tropes. Yet, such taxonomies, है ना, miss the deeper structural peculiarity that scholars increasingly identify. So looks like for this, okay, we have to read more. We don't know कि यहाँ पे बिल्कुल सही है. चलो आगे देखते हैं. Another layer emerges when examining Hitchcock's manipulation of moral alignment. Classical Hollywood narratives encourage viewers to trust protagonists, even when flawed. Hitchcock subverts this instinct. His heroes are often unreliable, guilty, delusional, or complicit in their own downfall. The result is a disorienting moral landscape in which empathy becomes unstable. Viewers may find themselves rooting for characters whose motives they neither admire nor fully understand. बहुत अजीब सा है कैरेक्टर यहाँ पे, है ना? एक ऐसा हीरो जो क्या करना चाहता है समझ ही नहीं आ रहा, उसको आप पसंद भी नहीं करते, स्टिल यू आर रूटिंग फॉर हिम कि यार क्या करेगा, है ना? उसको उसके लिए तुम मेरे अंदर फीलिंग आ रही है. दिस प्रोड्यूसेस व्हाट क्रिटिक्स term ethical suspense. The tension arises not from the external danger, but from the viewer's uncertainty about whom to morally invest in. Hitchcock also understood the power of the mundane. His trademark suspense does not rely on exotic settings. Mundane मतलब जो बहुत ही नॉर्मल चीज़ हो, जो ऑलमोस्ट ऑब्सक्योर हो, or exaggerated villains, but in ordinary objects, the key in Notorious, the staircase in Psycho, the glass of milk in Suspicion. These objects become pressure points around which anxiety accumulates. The significance is rarely inherent. Rather, it is projected, accumulated, and manipulated by the film's structural rhythms. तो फिल्म के अंदर कई बार ना ऑब्जेक्ट्स को भी वो एज अ करेक्टर ट्रीट कर रहे होते हैं. In this view, Hitchcock's cinema is not about extraordinary events, but about ordinary events destabilized by extraordinary framing. Events are normal, but they have been extraordinarily framed, okay, destabilized. Cool. Now, yet any attempt to define Hitchcock invariably collapses under the weight of exceptions. For every tightly controlled psychological thriller, there exists a film like The Trouble with Harry, which satirizes suspense itself. For every voyeuristic narrative, you know what is voyeurism? Voyeurism is watching someone without their knowledge. Watching someone without their knowledge. For example, living in a flat and you're using binoculars to see what other people are doing. That is voyeurism. There is a film where seeing becomes irrelevant or impossible. Hitchcock's career is a catalog of contradictions. He's simultaneously formulaic and experimental. So there are formula films. The directors who go for a formula कि पहले हीरो को दिखाओ कि वो परेशान है, फिर उसके साथ कुछ ट्रेजेडी हुई, तो that is formula. And experimental when you do something which is not what do you say, um, rigid, something that is not uh, methodical. That is experimental. Predictable and subversive, meticulous yet prone to improvisational leaps. These contradictions are not inconsistencies. They are signature of a filmmaker whose artistry lies in resisting singular classification. तो कई बार इसको लोग बोले इनकंसिस्टेंट है उनका, कई बार वो ऐसा कर रहे हैं वैसा कर रहे हैं, बट नो, दैट वाज हिज conscious effort. It is his signature, of a new kind of filmmaker whose artistry lies in resisting singular classification. What persists, therefore, is not a formula but a sensibility. Hitchcockian does not describe a list of techniques so much as an atmosphere, the perpetual suspicion that the visible world conceals an interpretive trap. His cinema functions as an intellectual game, a psychological puzzle in which viewers become both detectives and victims of narrative design. समझ रहे हो कि एक 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 तरफ तुम सोच रहे हो कि यार ये मेरे साथ होगा तो कितना बुरा लगेगा, या कैसा होगा, एक तरफ तुम्हें ये लग रहा है कि ढूंढते हैं कि क्या चल रहा है. So basically you become part of the entire film. The film endure the films endure not because they tell coherent stories but because they expose the incoherence of perception itself. Nice. All right. ठीक है, पहला हमने कर लिया था. Most strongly implies that पहला है कि इनके वर्क को inevitably oversimplify करना is not a great idea. Okay, we cannot categorize. दूसरा है his films were guided more by improvisation than by thematic intent. No, that's not true. He was doing both. He was a formulaic person, formulaic filmmaker, as well as an experimental filmmaker. So B will be eliminated. His experimental films undermine his reputation as a suspense director. That doesn't happen because he's seen as a suspense director, right? His career lacked a coherent aesthetic sensibility across genre. His career lacked coherence, but we cannot say it was not coherent aesthetic sensibility. Do you understand coherence? Like, things which make sense. But aesthetic, things which are beautiful, right? Beauty. Aesthetic is sense of beauty. So aesthetic sensibility की बात करी ही नहीं गई है, तो आप इसको मार्क नहीं कर सकते. बट कोहेरेंट एक ऐसा वर्ड है which can be a trap in which you can fall. Probably some people have fell there also. We'll go for A. Clear? Next. ये तो हो चुका है. Then coming to next one. We can claim that Hitchcock builds suspense through perceptual instability rather than informational gaps. तो perception को कम करना है, information gaps को बढ़ाना है, ये हमें यहाँ पे करना है. Let's see. Several critics argue that audiences fear what is unseen more than what is ambiguous. ये तो इसको strengthen कर रहा है, weaken तो कर दे रहा. Analysis of multiple Hitchcock films show crucial plot information is consistently withheld. इंफॉर्मेशन गैप्स, यहाँ पे बात है परसेप्चुअल इंस्टेबिलिटी को. हमें हमें देखो क्या करना है कि पर्सनल इंस्टेबिलिटी पे है और इंफॉर्मेशन गैप पे नहीं है. बट ऑप्शन बी इज टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट plot information is consistently withheld. That means now he is building suspense through information gaps. So B is correct because B is weakening it totally. B is going against this information gap, right? So information is already there, which a lot of analysis have said. So again, if this B is true, then this will weaken the claim that it's not information gaps, but perceptual instability. Is that clear, everyone? Alfred Hitchcock. What are your scores? +3 for correct, -1 for wrong. वेदांत बिहार से कब से पढ़ाने लग गए? बहुत पहले से. मैंने इस साल भी शुरुआत के 2 महीने तो पढ़ाया था. उसके पहले 3 साल से तो मैं ही वीआरसी पढ़ा रहा था. इन वीआरसी इज माय सब्जेक्ट ब्रो. I teach all these subjects, including personal interview, writing ability, all that stuff. टू वन थ्री सच एक किया ही नहीं था गौरव स्ट्रिंग टूट गई देखो अब ना थोड़े पैसेज डिफिकल्ट मैंने जानबूझ के भी कर दिए हैं ट्रैप्स बढ़ा दिए हैं there's a reason for it as we grow deep and you know what the moment I felt that you guys will feel demolished I'll change the theme Parajumbles rapid fire 2 ready for it तो पांच ही हैं 10 नहीं है सिर्फ मैथ में मैं 10 करता था क्योंकि वो सारे के सारे रैपिड फायर्स पर कॉन्सेप्ट बिल्डर्स this one is not a concept builder this is a proper parajumbles they are taken from pyqs directly I have not made them rc passage was made by me but this one not so let's start okay 10 minutes 5 parajumbles let's go All right, I think we should discuss this now. Yeah, चलो देखते हैं कि इसका कितना सही हुआ है. All right. Um, hmm. Well, so as I told you, my idea is to look at the smallest statement, but here no, nothing is small. I think B and C are relatively smaller. Let's look at B. Identity politics constantly demands the creation of new identities and lifestyle groups, often hostile to one another. ठीक है भाई. Okay. We don't know whether B can open the statement or not. We don't really know here. But I'll just write B here. It talks about identity politics and its demand. Okay. See, the main beneficiary of this shift, which shift? This shift. C absolutely cannot be the opening statement. There is some kind of shift, right? Shift को हम mention किया बाद में देखेंगे. The shift from explicit political clashes to new forms of culture war has been identity politics. All right. Let me switch on my camera as well. Here we have enough space. All right. Okay. So that's given to us. Um, what else? Okay. Now, so C talks about this shift from explicit political clashes to new forms of culture war has been identity politics. फिर से explain किया है identity politics को. ये देखते हैं many of the political battles of the past 2 decades have actually been battles over cultural values, be it marriage, family, sexuality, or abortion, immigration, multiculturalism, Islam, or the EU. EU is European Union. ठीक है. तो ऐसा लगता है कि एक ठीक है. The past 2 decades the battles are over this. That means before past 2 decades, battles were on something else. This is a shift actually. Looks like C is a follow-up of D. Let's read D, A also. Nevertheless, the focus of otherwise very different movements from cultural feminism to environmentalism to radical jihadism is fundamentally the same moral regulation. A looks like the conclusion, the summary of everything, right? It's saying that whatever it is, it's essentially the same. It's about moral regulation, be it cultural feminism, environmentalism, radical jihadism. It's all fundamentally the moral regulation. So A is definitely closing this entire thing, and D and C are confirmed. They are the um, bond the pairs. They are pairs, absolute pairs. So now if I try to make sense of it, DC should be pairs, A should be conclusion, where should be B? B should be between DC and A or B should be opening. So B जो है यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम आ रही है ना कि B शुरू कर सकता है क्या. Now B and C both talk about identity politics. पहले कौन सा आना चाहिए हमें समझना पड़ेगा. So it starts with if it starts with D. The last past 2 decades, these things have happened. और इसका beneficiary कौन है? Explicit political clashes to form. Now it introduces the idea of identity politics. So the idea of identity politics has been introduced in C. That means B would be coming after C, not before it. So DCBA happens to be the most plausible sequence. Is that clear, everyone? I can see almost everyone got wrong. पैरा जंबल तुम लोग का थोड़ा सा हिला हुआ है ना, लेकिन समझ में आ गया सबको. वेल, नेक्स्ट छोटा वाला पढ़ेंगे पहले. लैंड मेक्स सर्टेन कास्ट्स किंगली इन रूरल कम्युनिटीज. लैंड. यार ये तो पढ़ के मेरे को तुमसे पता है क्या याद आया सबसे पहले? द फ्यूडल माइंडसेट. इफ देयर इज एनीवन, फ्यूडैलिटी आई हैव सीन लाइक होता तो बहुत जगह है, बट इंडिया के अंदर एक एक ना यूपी, बिहार और मध्य प्रदेश में there is specific caste, which has got a lot of land. जमींदार जो लोग होते हैं ना, जमींदार, तो ना उनको किंगली मान लिया गया था रूरल कम्युनिटीज में. दैट इज एक्चुअली रेलिवेंट. मुझे तो याद आई ये बात. लैंड में एक सर्टन कास्ट किंगली इन रूरल कम्युनिटीज. अच्छा, दूसरा कौन सा है ये this can open the paragraph or not, we don't not really sure. See, the bigotry of our village culture and polity is intrinsically linked to a control of land and agriculture. So obviously C should be coming before D, because C talks about, village culture and polity is intrinsically linked to control of land and agriculture. The land makes certain caste kingly. Okay, cool. C and D are definitely the bonding pair, right? Yeah. त्यागी भूमिहार. एग्जैक्टली. राइट. ठीक है ना. फिर उसके बाद आगे बढ़ते हैं. The control of such castes on local politics aggravates masculine hubris. Patrilineal ownership of lands and the culture of dowry attached to it have turned daughters into bad dates. देखो ये एकदम से ना, डॉटर वाली बात एकदम से बाद में आ गई. ये कहाँ से आई पता नहीं. हो सकता है there is a huge paragraph out of which these four statements have been taken out, and probably the next statement would be about daughters and this dowry system. But in this sentence also, the patrilineal ownership of lands is discussed before the dowry. That particularly means that A is going to end the paragraph. But this is very important. All of you must note this down. So see, there are four statements. Three are talking about certain thing, and there's another statement that talks about, that same thing in the first few words, and then introduce a new idea altogether. That sentence is going to be the concluding statement. That is for sure. कहीं नोट कर लो इस बात को. बात समझ में आई सबको, हाँ या ना? तो इसका मतलब ये है कि वो स्टेटमेंट जो थी वो उस पैराग्राफ का आखिरी रहा होगा, और अगले पैराग्राफ को इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए उस स्टेटमेंट में एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट बात बता दी होगी. अंडरस्टूड? नोटेड? कहीं नोट कर लिया? बताओ मेरे को जल्दी से. ओके. नाउ B talks about masculine hubris. If D talks about masculine hubris, masculine, then comes patrilineal. That means B comes before A. So C, D, B, A is the most plausible sequence. Yeah, Gaurav, that is very common. Next. Cold War. कितने लोग का सही हुआ था ये? C, D, B, A. Now, शुरू करते हैं. Despite the aggressive rhetoric in retrospect, तो पहले पढ़ूंगा नहीं, भले छोटे स्टेटमेंट है, कुछ और पढ़ूंगा मैं. ए पढ़ता हूँ सबसे पहले. The Cold War was underpinned by an understanding which allowed the US to maintain hegemony. What is hegemony? Power, control over the capitalist world, and which gave the Soviet Union a regional sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. I'm just writing A over here. A can actually open the statement, right? B says the bloody upheavals and wars occurred not in Europe, America, or Russia, but in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, and were either directly or indirectly a response to the experience of Western colonialism. अच्छा, तो ए अगर शुरू कर रहा है, ए और बी में कोई कनेक्शन है नहीं. ए कहीं और है, बी कहीं और है ना? Because B talks about the Western colonialism. So Western colonialism should be coming. उसके बाद ही ये हो सकता है. ठीक है, आगे देखते हैं. See, despite the aggressive rhetoric of this era, which era they're talking about? Which era? The Cold War was a period of relative peace. Cold War भी है और era कौन सा पता नहीं. Between hostile geopolitical blocs. In retrospect, what was remarkable about the Cold War was the ability of most of the major players, okay, to manage their conflict. ठीक है, सही है. तो एक से स्टार्ट करता हूं मैं. Which allowed US to maintain hegemony, gave Soviet Union a regional sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. In retrospect, if we think in retrospect, uh, the remarkable part was that, it was most of major players to manage the conflict. Okay. और ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के ब्लडी अपहीवल्स, खून खराबा मच गया हर जगह, है ना। ये हुआ होगा। और उसके बाद जो डिस्पाइट द सक्सेसफुल रिटोरिक ऑफ दिस एरा, ठीक है। हाँ, तो बी और सी पहले कौन सा आना चाहिए इसके लिए से बी वैसे तो कंक्लूड कर रहा है, लग रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है। पर सी जो है, सी में बोला है कोल्ड वॉर की बात की गई है। और कोल्ड वॉर वाज अ पीरियड ऑफ रिलेटिव पीस इवन इफ देयर वाज लॉट ऑफ aggressive rhetoric. By the way, I'll tell you something. Rhetoric. What is rhetoric? A statement, a condition that makes not much sense. That is rhetoric. Okay. So rhetoric था, एक्चुअल इतना कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऐसा हुआ नहीं होगा। इसके बावजूद भी कोल्ड वॉर फिर भी रिलेटिव पीस था, क्योंकि जो असली खून खराबा हुआ था वो यूरोप, अमेरिका, रशिया में नहीं हुआ था, वो एशिया, अफ्रीका, मिडिल ईस्ट में हुआ था। तो बी इज द वन विच कंक्लूड्स द स्टेटमेंट, एडीसीबी इज द मोस्ट प्लॉसिबल सीक्वेंस। क्लियर? क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू? ओके। नाउ the mandate of heaven indicated divine approval of a king's right to rule. I'll just write A over here. It can open, it can close. We don't know. आगे देखते हैं. In other words, the mandate of heaven gave divine ruling authority to kings that lived a moral life. In other words, मतलब इसके पहले कुछ और बोला गया होगा, बाद में से एक्सप्लेन किया होगा. Um, moral life, administered justice and protected the welfare of his people. ठीक है. Whereas medieval Europeans legitimized their ruling authority by the divine right of kings, Confucian societies use a similar concept called the mandate of heaven. However, it differed from the divine right of kings in that heaven's endorsement depends upon the virtuous conduct of the ruler. Wow. ठीक है. एक काम करते हैं, कुछ डायरेक्ट आइडिया मिल नहीं रहा है इसके अंदर, बट जो बी है ना, बी से मुझे कुछ मिलेगा. स्टेटमेंट बी टॉक्स अबाउट इन अदर वर्ड्स, सो बी इज एक्चुअली पैराफ्रेजिंग समथिंग. व्हाट इज बी पैराफ्रेजिंग एक्चुअली? अदर वर्ड्स मतलब फिर से मैं बता रहा हूँ, अलग वर्ड में, आसान शब्दों में अगर मैं ऐसा बोलता हूँ तो बी के पहले क्या आना चाहिए? ये बोल रहा है द मैंडेट ऑफ हेवन गेव डिवाइन रूलिंग अथॉरिटी टू किंग्स दैट लिव्ड अ मॉरल लाइफ. ठीक है. और यहाँ पे डिवाइन राइट ऑफ किंग्स डी में है, तो डी के बाद बी आना चाहिए. वी आर प्रीटी श्योर अबाउट दैट. इज दैट एवरीवन? However, it differed from divine right of kings in that heaven's endorsement depended upon the virtuous conduct of the ruler. In other words, mandate of heaven gave divine ruling authority to kings that lived a moral life. तो mandate of heaven, divine ruling authority उसी किंग को मिलेगी जो वर्चुअस था, जो मॉरली अपराइट था, जो अपने प्रजा की चिंता करता था, उनकी हेल्प करता था. तो डी बी बिल्कुल सही जा रहा है. अब आते हैं ए सी पे. मुझे बताओ सब लोग कि ए सी सही होगा या सी ए सही होगा? ये बहुत ही बढ़िया पैराजम्बल है ये वाला. ये मेरे ख्याल से किसी ने सही नहीं किया होगा. दैट इज व्हाट आई फील. तुम लोगों ने जिंदगी में एक बात सुनी होगी. ऐसे जो वर्ड है ना, वेयर एज, बट, हाउएवर, ये वर्ड जहाँ पे होते हैं वो कभी स्टेटमेंट ओपनिंग नहीं होता है. सुना होगा, और तुमने सुना है वो गलत सुना है. ओके. हो भी सकता है, हो भी सकता है. देखो अदिति, तुमने बोल दिया, अंकित ने वही बोल दिया. ऐसा हो भी सकता है. ऐसा कब हो सकता है? See, how is a parajumble made? They pick up a paragraph sometimes which has got four statements, and that doesn't happen always. A paragraph can have seven statements, eight statements, nine statements, more than that. So if they pick in between, which is rare but can happen. If this happens, then you will be totally screwed, right? In the real cat, that can happen. तो अगर ऐसा हो गया तो क्या हमें डायरेक्टली मान लेना चाहिए कि वेयर एज वगैरह है तो नहीं होगा? आई एम सेइंग दैट starting a paragraph with whereas or but or however is not a great idea, but that's possible in parajumble. if it's taken in between from a paragraph. If that's the case all together, तो हमें क्या करना चाहिए? देखो समझना बात। अगर सी को पढ़ूं फिर से मैं, वेयर हैज, मतलब कहीं से कंपेयर किया है, मेडिवल यूरोपियंस लेजिटिमाइज्ड their ruling authority by the divine right of kings. Confucian societies use a similar concept called the mandate of heaven. So mandate of heaven has been introduced and rest everything, every every statement here is talking about mandate of heaven. तो मैंडेट ऑफ हेवन को सी ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है और ए ने एक्सप्लेन किया है. सी ए डी बी इज द मोस्ट प्लॉजिबल सीक्वेंस एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ऑल ऑफ यू मस्ट हैव डन इट रॉन्ग. गौरव, ना स्लॉट वाले सो जाओ, स्लॉट वाले जाके सो जाएं. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड? तुम लोगों ने तुरंत हाउ एवर वेयर एज देखा, बोला कि तो हो ही नहीं सकता. अच्छा यदि बात है एक, ये जो है ना, ये पैराजम्बल एक्चुअली पीवाईक्यू है. ऐसा भी नहीं कि मैंने कुछ बना दिया है और कुछ भी बोल रहा हूँ, नो. So whatever I'm saying here, I understand my single word can make or break your entire career. भाई, with great power comes great responsibility. So I अगर मेरे को नहीं आएगा ना चलेगा, पर अगर मेरे को मैं गलत बोल दूंगा वो नहीं चलेगा. ठीक है. तो ये पीवाईक्यू है, ये बिल्कुल सही है, ऐसा हो सकता है. ऑलराइट. अब पैसे वापस कहाँ लोगी? अब तो कैट आने वाला है. चलो एनीवेज, और यू गॉट इट. दिस वाज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पैराजम्बल. ओके, लेट्स गो टू नेक्स्ट वन. लेट्स रीड वन बाय वन. छोटा वाला पहले पढ़ लेते हैं, डी पढ़ लेते हैं. Seeing the campaign as a potential disaster, General Yi turned his troops south towards the Koryo capital Kaisang. ठीक है. तो डी से कुछ भी हो सकता है, शुरू हो सकता है, खत्म हो सकता है ना, वी डोंट रियली नो. ठीक है, आगे देखते हैं. ड्यू टू हिज प्रोमिनेंस, हुज प्रोमिनेंस? जनरल ई का ही होगा, तो सी ऑब्वियसली कैन नॉट ओपन दिस स्टेटमेंट. और इट कैन, मे बी इट कैन, वी डोंट रियली नो. We will be knowing it only after we read other options also, other statements as well. Due to his prominence in 1388 CE, the anti-Ming pro-Mongo faction sent General Yi to expel a contingent of Ming troops stationed on the northern part of Korean peninsula. So C talks about the intro of this guy, General Yi. Okay, now we know that. And D talks about a strategy by General Yi in a particular situation, and that was turning troops southwards. All right, ठीक है. जाहिर सी बात है कि सी डी से पहले ही आएगा, तो कंफर्म है. एग्जैक्ट पहले आएगा या उसके बाद आएगा वो हमें नहीं पता. ठीक है, बी देखते हैं. Upon his arrival in Kaesong, General Yi toppled the government through a military coup, and in 1392 CE, he placed himself on the throne, ushering in the Joseon kingdom. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. A says General Yi knew that the Ming dynasty was more powerful than Mongols were, and just that if he attacked, the Ming would likely invade Korea. ठीक है. तो सी में इनको भेजा गया है टू एक्सपेल अ कंटिंजेंट ऑफ मिंग ट्रूप स्टेशन इन नॉर्दर्न पार्ट ऑफ कोरियन पेनिनसुला. नाउ हियर वी हैव अ कनेक्टिंग लिंक इन ए. ए सेज जनरल ये को मालूम था कि ऐसा हो रहा है, एंड मंगोल्स वर मिंग वर मोर पावरफुल देन मंगोल्स, एंड मिंग वुड इन्वेड कोरिया. तो इन्होंने क्या किया, उसके तुरंत बाद क्या किया, जैसे ही पहुंचे केसोंग में, ही टॉपल्ड द गवर्नमेंट बाय मिलिट्री कूप. व्हाट इज कूप? कि मिलिट्री, पाकिस्तान में हर साल हो जाता है मिलिट्री coup. यार कोई कोई बाद में रिकॉर्डिंग देखना, पाकिस्तान वाले मेरे भाइयों और बहनों, मेरा कोई गलत मतलब नहीं है, लेकिन वहाँ पे होता रहता है, आप भी जानते हैं और आप भी परेशान हैं इस बात से, है ना. तो वहाँ पे coup हमेशा होता है, मिलिट्री coup होता रहता है. राइट, आज भी होता है. ये तो पुरानी बात है जो यहाँ पे हुआ है. तो मिलिट्री coup करके क्या करते हैं कि जो 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 द लीडर, सेनापति होता था ना, तो कई बार क्या करता है, मिलिट्रीज के हाथ में, तो ही बिकम्स वेरी पावरफुल. right? In fact, Param Khan could have done it with Akbar, but Param Khan was loyal to Mughal Sultanate, and that is the reason that Akbar was just 14 years old, and still Param Khan was loyal. He could have done it really well. Well, so generally he did the military coup and placed himself throne, ushering the in the Shashan kingdom. And ठीक है. Seeing the campaign as a potential disaster, generally turned his troops southwards to the Koryo capital Kaesong. All right, ठीक है. केसोंग की तरफ भेज दिया, और उसके जब पहुंचे वहां पे तो मिलिट्री कूप करके खुद वहां पे बन गए. ठीक है भाई. तो डीबी होगा, एक सीए होगा. नाउ वेयर टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम. नाउ अगेन देयर इज अ न्यू थिंग व्हिच लॉट ऑफ पीपल, अगेन उनको बोला गया होगा ये बात, तुम लोगों ने सुना होगा कि कोई भी चीज जब शुरू ड्यू टू हिज ऐसे प्रोनाउन से होती है तो वो स्टेटमेंट पैराग्राफ ओपन नहीं कर सकता. सुना है क्या? बोलो हाँ. सुना ही होगा, है ना? सुना है? गलत सुना है, ऐसा हो सकता है एक्चुअली. Due to his so basically, how do we know when we read the entire statement? That is why, reading is very necessary. ये कॉन्ट का फॉर्मूला तो है नहीं कि भाई कहीं ड्यू टू हिज आ जाएगा तो वो शुरू नहीं हो सकता. हो सकता है, बिल्कुल हो सकता है, ड्यू टू हिज प्रोमिनेंस. इनफैक्ट कई बार ऐसा होता है कि ना, किसी बहुत ही खतरनाक बंदे को इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए देखा होगा आप लोगों ने फिल्मों में या किसी शो में. ही डज दैट, he is the king, he is known by everyone, he is Shah Rukh Khan. So that is what they do, right? So sometimes when the person becomes bigger than picture, bigger than the world, bigger than the society, so that person's pronoun is no more a pronoun. It's his introduction. Do you understand that? There is a dramatic way of saying it. Dramatically saying, if someone is introduced, and then here the pronoun has been used to qualify his prominence. ओके. यहाँ पे देखो, ड्यू टू हिज प्रोमिनेंस, ये जो प्रोनाउन यूज किया गया है दैट इज फॉर टॉकिंग अबाउट द his the quality adjective here, right? And then the noun has been introduced. So that is also a way of writing a grammatical sentence, grammatically correct sentence. CADB is the most plausible choice here. ठीक है, खत्म हो गया ये. Coming to next paragraph, next passage. पैसेज का नाम देख के तुम लोग हंसोगे. बहुत चालाकी से मैसेज बनाए आज, पता है, आज मैंने मजे ही ले लिए मैसेज बना के. है यार, आज जो करूंगा मैं, मतलब एकदम, है ना? पूरा इलाका में इतना बम मारेंगे कि पूरा इलाका धुआं धुआं हो जाएगा. इसीलिए मैंने एक मैसेज बनाया, इसका नाम है डू नॉट रीड दिस. द जॉनरा इज लिंग्विस्टिक्स. क्या उनकी तो एक भी सही नहीं हुआ अभी? एक सही हुआ. ये एक्चुअली डिफिकल्ट वाले थे. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर अबाउट दैट. I'm going to switch off my camera so that we start with RC. Okay. जल्दी से कुछ थोड़े लाइक्स वाइक्स कर दो यार, इतनी मस्त चीजें हुई अभी. तुमने एकदम नई चीज सीखी. अच्छा, सॉरी टू destroy your belief in some parts of parajumbles. Now, I also feel, देखो मैं बताऊं, मैं सोचता था ना कि लोग बोलते हैं सर पैराजम्बल नहीं आ रहा, सर पैराजम्बल समझ नहीं आ रहा, पैराजम्बल में प्रॉब्लम है. मुझे आज समझ में आया कि तुम्हें प्रॉब्लम क्यों है. कि तुम लोग उन रूल्स को फॉलो कर रहे हो जिसको इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज फॉलो नहीं करता. यार ये तो बड़ी गलत बात हो गई है. चलो कोई बात नहीं, अब बहुत बहुत टाइम बचा नहीं है, पैराजम्बल ना आए तो बेटर है. बट अगर आ भी गया तो जो मैंने आज बोला है उसको भूल मत जाना, है ना? कि कुछ भी चीज़ हाउ एवर वो सब चीज़ें लगती हैं देखने में, वैसा होता नहीं है. है ना? तो ठीक है. ऑल राइट अंकित, डू नॉट रीड दिस. वुड यू लाइक टू रीड इट? चलो जल्दी से पहले बताओ कौन कौन यहाँ प्रेजेंट है। एक जल्दी से अटेंडेंस हो जाए फटाफट। आई कैन सी 16 concurrent viewers. Yeah, come on. और यहाँ मैं खुद खड़ा हो गया हूँ, बोल रहा हूँ कि पढ़ना मत इसको। वार्निंग पहले से ही, डू नॉट रीड दिस। इसलिए यू गाइस वांट टू रीड, मेरी बात ध्यान से सुन लो सब लोग। मैं ना बिल्कुल मना कर रहा हूँ, हालांकि मुझे मजाक करना पसंद नहीं है। तो ये मैं मना कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे नहीं पढ़ना है। पर तुम पढ़ना चाहते हो, मुझे पता है ना। तो अब मैं चलो पढ़ाई देता हूँ भाई। कोई बात नहीं, क्या ही कर सकते हैं। मैंने तो वार्निंग दे दी है, मेरा काम था बताना दुर्घटना घट सकती है, लेकिन चलो जहाँ तुम चाहो। ओके, तो हियर वी गो। लेट मी स्टार्ट दिस। 10 मिनट का टाइमर होना चाहिए, ना कि 11 का। 11 क्यों हुआ समझ नहीं आया मेरे को। हियर वी स्टार्ट। फर्स्ट आई शो यू द क्वेश्चंस। क्वेश्चन नंबर 2। क्वेश्चन 4। अच्छा हो गया, ठीक है। So let's start. 3 minutes to read. All right. I'm going on mute, guys. Disclaimer अभी भी है, do not read this, but then you guys are really, what do we call, determined to read this, so I cannot stop you. I go on mute. If anyone wants me to show any other question, just tell me. अभी क्वेश्चन 2 देखना है क्या? Question 3. All right. Uh, what are your answers? Okay, okay. Chalo, let's read this out. Every act of reading presupposes obedience. Before that, I'll read the questions. The passage implies that paradoxical commands like do not read this primarily reveal that language's performative power breaks down when instructions contradict themselves. Meaning often arises from the reader's interpretive effort rather than the text's literal intent. Commands always require contextual cues to be properly understood. Readers obey textual instructions whether or not they consciously intend to. ठीक है. Which of the following can be most reasonably inferred about the reader's cognitive process? किसका process? Reader का cognitive process. ठीक है. Comprehending prohibitive commands requires simulating the prohibited action. Hmm. Readers experience paradoxical commands as violations of linguistic norms. The act of reading is fundamentally driven by curiosity rather than meaning. Paradoxical instructions reduce comprehension by increasing cognitive load. Okay, next. Why does the author discuss speech act theory in the passage? तो थियोरी जब पढ़ूंगा तो तुरंत आंसर मिलेगा मेरे को. पहला है टू डेमोन्स्ट्रेट, फिर है आर्ग्यू, कॉन्ट्रास्ट, शो. यहाँ ये कीवर्ड्स हैं. ओके, बाय द वे दीज वर्ड्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इन केस यू डोंट नो दिस, नोट दिस डाउन समवेयर. जब भी क्वेश्चन आंसर है टू समथिंग, टू डू समथिंग, टू डेमोन्स्ट्रेट, टू आर्ग्यू, टू कॉन्ट्रास्ट, टू शो, यहीं से कई बार आंसर मिल जाता है. To demonstrate how certain commands fail because they cannot perform the actions they refer to argue that all linguistic actions are inherently contradictory, to contrast performative utterances with commands that rely solely on context, to show that paradoxical statements are categorically different from ordinary speech. All right. Next, if true, would most weaken the author's claim that paradoxical commands increases रीडर एंगेजमेंट? इसको वीकेंड करना है हमें. ठीक है, तो ऑथर ने बोला होगा कि भाई इससे एंगेजमेंट बढ़ जाता है. क्या बढ़ा था एंगेजमेंट? आप लोगों ने ध्यान से पढ़ा था इसको? लेट मी नाउ explain the passage. Every act of reading presupposes obedience. Before a reader encounters meaning, they submit silently to the command structure embedded in text. Each injunction, read this, is redundant because reading already enforces compliance. The eyes move, the mind decodes, and the reader performs the labor demanded by the page. More intriguing, however, is the inverse command. Do not read this. Linguistically, it is an impossible instruction for to understand the prohibition. One must violate it. है ना? सिमिलर रीड किए तुम, तुम्हारे आंसर गलत हो जाएंगे, देखना पक्की बात है. The phrase collapses the boundary between command and disobedience, revealing that language can compel through paradox as effectively as through clarity. ठीक है, तो लैंग्वेज दोनों तरह से काम अच्छा करता है. Linguists studying speech act theory argue that language does not merely describe reality but performs actions. To say I promise is to enact a promise. To say I apologize is to apologize. स्किम, अब मैं स्किम कर रहा हूँ, बस स्किम करने में पढ़ूंगा, बस जल्दी पढ़ूंगा. देखो बात समझना मेरी. अम, पहला पैराग्राफ मैंने बहुत ध्यान से धीरे धीरे पढ़ा. दूसरा जैसे ही यहाँ पे अगर टू से प्रॉमिस है सबसे एग्जाम्पल है, इनको पढ़ूंगा, स्किम नहीं कर, जल्दी जल्दी पढ़ लूंगा, बस इतना है. Yet paradoxical commands expose अब यहाँ धीरे पढ़ूंगा. Yet paradoxical commands expose a fault line in this performative framework. An utterance like ignore this sentence constitutes an action that cannot compensate itself without being invalidated by the very intentional demands. ये सेम बात बोली उसने जो पहले पैराग्राफ में बोली थी. The sentence succeeds only by failing. This phenomenon, sometimes described as a performative contradiction, reveals that language possesses a recursive edge from which it cannot fully escape. The paradox becomes even more interesting when considered through pragmatics. Now, pragmatics क्या है? बताओ मेरे को. इसके आगे मैं बढ़ूंगा तो मालूम पड़ेगा pragmatics क्या है. Pragmatics. What are pragmatics? Who will tell me that? जो लोग सोच रहे हैं, जो स्टाइल से बोलते हैं आई एम अ pragmatic person, बहुत सारे लोग मुझे बहुत कूल बनने के लिए बोलते हैं मैं बहुत pragmatic हूँ. जिसको बोलना पड़ेगा pragmatic है, वो pragmatic हो नहीं सकता, पहली बात तो है ना. फिलहाल जो ये pragmatic वर्ड है और जो यहाँ pragmatics वर्ड है, दोनों बहुत ही अलग है. Pragmatic and pragmatics are two different things altogether. So you might feel pragmatics is a collective noun or maybe what do you say, um, a common noun for people who are pragmatic, right? That's wrong. That's wrong. Pragmatic is practical, which you are saying. Pragmatics is a branch of linguistics. Pragmatics एक subject है, okay? It's a branch. It's a discipline. Pragmatics is a discipline of linguistics in which words have a meaning in sync with the context they are used in. That is what pragmatics is. इन दोनों में कोई भी संबंध नहीं है. ठीक है, समझ गए बात को? ओके. और एक बात बता दूं, ऐसे बहुत सारे वर्ड जहाँ एस लगाने से इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो वही चीज़ हो. बहुत ही अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं. ओके. नाउ the meaning of a phrase is not located solely in its words but in the context and देखो एक्सप्लेन भी किया हुआ है. एक्सप्लेन भी किया हुआ है. Pragmatics, the meaning of a phrase is not located solely in its word but in the context and assumptions surrounding it. अगर तुम लोगों ने इस pragmatics को practicality समझ भी लिया था, तो तुमने अगला सेंटेंस पढ़कर तुम्हें शक नहीं हुआ, अपने ऊपर भरोसा नहीं हल्का सा उठा कि यार मैं तो समझ रहा हूँ pragmatism और pragmatism वाली बात तो अभी कहीं नहीं गई है. इसे बोलते हैं mindless reading, जो आप लोगों ने अभी अभी करी है. When a sign reads, "Do not read this," the reader assumes the instruction must serve some purpose: humor, provocation, psychological manipulation, or subversion. The prohibition is interpreted not as literal but as communicative. Thus, the command transforms from an act of control into invitation to interpretive labor, but is the very thing it outwardly forbids. But the more subtle layer emerges when the paradox is analyzed through cognitive linguistics. Understanding a command requires a mental simulation of the instructed action. To comprehend, do not touch, one must internally model the act of touching and then negate it. In the case of do not read this, comprehension requires simulating the act of reading. The negation cannot be processed without first executing the prohibited act internally. The paradox is not external to the reader, it is cognitively entangled with the act of reading itself. This recursive entanglement destabilizes the commonly held assumption that language conveys information in a straightforward direction, from speaker to listener, from writer to reader. Instead, paradoxical commands reveal language as a loop rather than a line, where meaning is constructed through tensions rather than resolutions. The linguistic system in these moments stops behaving like a transparent conduit and instead becomes opaque, calling attention to its own structure. Ironically, readers rarely stop reading when they encounter such paradoxes. Rather than withdrawing, they lean in, compelled by the interpretive challenge. The very contradiction creates a cognitive friction that enhances engagement. The prohibition intended to repel attracts. देखो यहाँ पे इस पे क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है. The prohibition intended to repel attracts. It's not the clarity of meaning, but the disruption of it that stimulates curiosity. है ना? कि आपने मीनिंग नहीं जानना है इसका, पढ़ना इसलिए कि आखिर ऐसा क्यों बोला गया. Do not read this becomes not a warning, but an invitation. So when Aditi was saying कि already warning दी हुई है, तो I was inviting you, not warning you. You know, I was playing with you psychologically, demonstrating that meaning emerges as much from disobedience as from comprehension. How is the passage, by the way? First of all, tell me that. All of a sudden, I can see people are silent. Nobody's saying anything. अब तुमने जब सुना होगा कि ये पैसेज, मैंने कुछ बीच में जोक्स मारे थे. आमतौर पे जोक्स नहीं मारता मैं जो एकेडमिक ना हो. बहुत ही एकेडमिक जोक्स थे. मैंने बोला कि तुम्हें मना कर रहा हूँ तब भी आओ. से इन अ वे आई वाज ट्राइंग टू काइंड ऑफ मेक यू फील द पैसेज. या. तो देखते हैं. पैसेज implies paradoxical commands. तो ये क्या प्राइमरी रिवील क्या करता है ये. यही रिवील करता है कि जो लैंग्वेज है उसकी जो मीनिंग. अच्छा चलो लेट्स रीड. Language performative power breaks down when instructions contradict themselves. Mm, performative power breaks down. No, it enhances, in fact. So A is not true, not correct. Meaning often arises from the reader's interpretive effort rather than the text's literal intent. ये बात सही लग रही है. I'll mark and question mark on B and then go ahead. Okay. Commands always require contextual cues to be properly understood. That can be true, but this is not passage implying. Readers obey textual instructions whether or not they consciously intend to. That's also true, but that is not passage implying by using this sentence, because we have better option B, which clearly talks about that meaning arises from the interpretation, not from the instruction. Okay, so what reader interpret while reading. Do not read this. Oh, acha, curiosity. So basically, this is what you interpret. और जो literal intent था वो ये था कि मत पढ़ो. वो काम नहीं करता यहाँ पे. So the answer is B. Cool, clear, cool. Now next one. इसमें से क्या most reasonably infer किया जा सकता है about the reader's cognitive process? Comprehending prohibitive commands requires simulating the prohibited action. Exactly, exactly. ये क्लियरली मेंशन्ड है कि अगर मैं बोल दूं वहां मत जाना, वहीं जाओगे. बचपन में याद है एक बार मतलब सबके साथ हुआ होगा. पेरेंट्स ने, मम्मी पापा ने बोला कि बेटा वहां मत जाना, तो वहां तुम जरूर जाओगे. है ना. अब पता है, मैं तुम्हें एक बात बताऊं. मैं तुम्हें बात बताऊं बढ़िया वाली. हालांकि ये है तो एक जोक, एक ट्रिविया है, बट दिस इज एन एकेडमिक जोक. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम ओके टू क्रैक इट. So you know what happened once. I wanted, I'm a person who doesn't love gossip much. Um, I'm not built for it. But once it happened that I had to, I wanted that this thing should spread everywhere. All right. So I played this trick. What I did in my batch when I was preparing for CAT myself 12 years back, in my batch there was a girl who loved gossiping, and he she wanted me to be her friend for some reason, क्योंकि उसे लगता है कि मैं उसको मैथ सिखा दूंगा. I didn't want to be her friend for some other reasons. I want to reveal it. But once I wanted certain thing to be known to everyone. So I am not the person who will go and tell. I kind of talked with her, and I said, I'm gonna tell you something, and you don't have to tell it to anyone. Don't tell this to anyone, okay? She said, oh, obviously I won't tell anyone. समझे बात को. 24 आवर्स के बाद वो बात सबको पता थी. Okay. So the thing is, she would not be telling that Abhishek told me that. she would be feeling really, feeling that she's really cool, that she knows things which nobody else knows. And also because she was given an instruction, do not tell this to anyone, so she became curious to tell it more. Getting it? That's a real story. तो बोला ना कि क्या सोच रहे थे आप, ये लिख अंकित, तो ये बता दिया मैंने। ऑलराइट। आगे बढ़ते हैं, मैं अपना कैमरा ऑफ कर लेता हूँ। What does the author discuss? Why does the author discuss speech act theory in the passage? To demonstrate how certain commands fail because they cannot perform the actions they refer to. Speech act theory कहाँ पे यूज किया गया है? ये रहा। नहीं नहीं, यहाँ अंकित बात लड़कियों की नहीं थी, बस बेसिकली शी लव्ड गॉसिप, दैट्स इट। वो लड़का भी हो सकता था। नेगेशन कैन बी प्रोसेस्ड विद, ठीक है। हाँ, तो टू डेमोन्स्ट्रेट, टू आर्ग्यू, आर्ग्यू तो कहीं किया नहीं गया है। अगर तुम्हें आगे समझ में नहीं आ रहा तो डेमोन्स्ट्रेट, आर्ग्यू भी कॉन्ट्रास्ट परफॉर्मेटिव utterances with commands that solely rely on context, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था। टू शो paradoxical statements categorically different from no demonstration है, nothing has been argued or contrasted, so B and C automatically go away because of the tone of the options. D, show, demonstrate is all almost same things. Showing the paradoxical statements are categorically different from ordinary speech, no. The author has said they might look different literally, but they probably mean the same. So we'll go with A here. Which, with most weaken the author's claim that paradoxical statement commands increase reader engagement. Weaken करना है. Experimental studies show that readers skip sentences they find confusing or contradictory. हो गया weaken. मदद, ठीक है। हाँ, मतलब स्लॉट में ना चले जाओ। और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पे देख के ना, कैसा है कि स्टूडेंट्स टेल मी कि सर अब जाना है। क्या मस्त चीज़ हो गई ना। ऑनलाइन में ऐसा कभी देखा नहीं गया, और यहाँ बार बार देखने को मिल रहा है। तो ए इज द वन, आई डोंट थिंक आई नीड टू रीड द अदर्स वन, पहले ही पढ़ चुका हूँ मैं, तो ए इज करेक्ट। ओके, व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट? सो, वेल, हाउ डू लाइक द पैसेज, द क्वेश्चंस हियर, एंड व्हाट्स योर स्कोर्स? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल टेल मी। इवन करेक्ट, बाकी लोग का स्कोर क्या, जल्दी बताओ मेरे को। अभी 3 किए, 2 सही हुए, एक गलत हो गया। नो वरीज। देखो मैंने एकदम से थोड़ा सा प्यारा सा कलर, यही प्यारा सा कलर मेरे ग्रेड स्कूल का थीम कलर है। ये कलर मैंने बहुत सोच के चूज किया है। पूरा रेड में कर देता तो मेरा ये एडटेक चैनल ना लग के एक्शन मूवी चैनल लगता, थ्रिलर लगता, बहुत चीज़ें लगती। ऑरेंज में कर देता तो वो हर कोई ऑरेंज कर रहा है आजकल, तो डिस्टिंक्शन ना होता। ब्लू में करना चाहता इंसान, ब्लू इज काम कंपोज, दैट्स अ गुड थिंग। आई वांटेड समथिंग व्हिच कैन बैलेंस एनर्जी एंड ब्यूटी, एस्थेटिक्स, सो आई चूज दिस ब्रिक रेड कलर। और ये पूरा थीम उसी में है, और बहुत सुंदर सी इमेज है क्यूपिड की। कैन इमॉर्टल्स लव? genre is philosophy now. Can immortals love? ओके, अभी स्किप नहीं करना चाहिए। शुरू करें? रेडी? अरित्रो बोल रहा था इसको 8 मिनट कर दो सर आप, तो मैं 8 कर देता हूँ। लो भाई, जैसा तुम चाहो। शुरू हो चुका है। लेट मी शो यू द क्वेश्चंस फॉर 20 seconds ओनली। not the passage. Do you want me to show any question again? Any question again? Question 2 and 3. This is question number 2. I'll show for 10 seconds each. Okay, I'll give 20 seconds more for question 3. Question 4. All right, let's start. Arithro, when we come to question 4, ask that again, okay? So let's um, read the passage and try to interpret the meanings. Okay, Arithro? Cool? Now, I read the questions. The passage most strongly suggests that immortality would render love obsolete by eliminating its evolutionary purpose, reshape love by altering the temporal and psychological conditions that sustain it, strengthen emotional bonds by heightening existential vulnerability, and next is increase the stability of romantic commitment across longer time spans. Which of the following can be most reasonably inferred about cultural narratives of love? Cultural narratives of love. First, we read that. I don't read the options because that will make me biased. The author introduces evolutionary psychology primarily to demonstrate, contrast, argue, show. Demonstrate that love originated as a practical survival strategy. Contrast biological explanations of love with existential and cultural ones. Argue that immortality would undermine all emotional attachments. Show that reproduction is the central purpose of long term relationships. All right. If true, with most, we can claim that immortality would destabilize love's evolutionary foundations. ठीक है, चलो, let's see. Speculation about human immortality often focuses on biological feasibility or technological innovation, but the more unsettling question is psychological. Would love, as humans understand it, survive when time itself loses its scarcity? Love is culturally framed as an enduring commitment, yet its emotional architecture draws heavily on the impermanence of life. Mortality is the background against which affection intensifies. It is the finitude of existence that gives urgency. Finitude. वर्ड समझ मतलब तो आ ही गया होगा, लेकिन पहली बार सुना है क्या ये वर्ड? Finitude of existence that gives urgency to bonds, depth to longing, and poignancy. It's poignancy. G is silent in case you don't know. इसे बोलते हैं मार्मिक, हिंदी में मार्मिक चित्रण किया है. Poignant interpretation, poignant representation, and poignancy to laws. If immortality eliminated this temporal horizon, what would become of an emotion built partly from the awareness that it must someday end? That gives me goosebumps. Do you understand that? हम शायद प्यार इसीलिए कर पाते हैं कि पता है कि हम एक दिन खत्म होने वाले हैं. Evolutionary psychologists argue that love functions primarily as a mechanism for pair bonding, parental investment, and cooperative survival. Its intensity may be partly calibrated to the brevity of human life. Brevity is briefness को brevity कहते हैं. Limited years demand reliable alliances. Immortality would disrupt this calibration if partnerships could span millennia. The evolutionary utility of sustained emotional attachment might erode. The costs of long term exclusivity could outweigh the benefits, especially when the need for coordinated reproduction becomes optional or technologically bypassed. In this framing, immortality does not eradicate love, but it destabilizes the incentives that once made it evolutionarily adaptive. Philosophers contend that love is not merely a biological instinct but an existential orientation, a way of relating to meaning. They argue that love thrives not because life is short, but because individuals experience themselves as fundamentally incomplete. Loneliness, vulnerability, and their desire to be seen drive love's persistence. Philosophers ऐसा मानते हैं. Immortality would not dissolve these conditions. If anything, infinite life might amplify them. Eternity, rather than providing emotional security, could magnify the human need for companionship and recognition. In this view, love might endure not in spite of immortality, but because of the overwhelming psychological burden it introduces. So, दो तरह की चीज़ें हैं यहाँ पे. एक तो ये है कि भाई अगर आप मरेंगे ही नहीं तो जो ज़रूरत थी कि हम कम दिन जिंदा रहेंगे तो ठीक ठाक लोग मिल जाएं, होता है ना कि लाइफ में बेस्ट लोग मिलना बहुत मुश्किल होता है, ऑल दैट स्टफ, व्हाई वी से दैट, क्योंकि लाइफ बहुत शॉर्ट है. अब पता लगता है कि अगर मरना ही नहीं है तो कोई प्यार मिले ना मिले क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है, गेटिंग इट. But that's what evolutionary psychologists say. But the philosophers say no. That's not because of this thing that we want someone. So this is not about the parental investment or cooperative survival or pair bonding. It's more about because people experience love because they feel they are fundamentally incomplete, right? That's what philosophers say. Anyways, yet a third viewpoint complicates both narratives. Cultural theorists note that love is socially engineered, shaped by rituals, expectations, and narrative templates, exactly like marriage and all. These templates rely on arcs, beginnings, middles, and ends. Immortality stretches the arc until its shape collapses. If relationships no longer conclude naturally, the concept of forever becomes trivial rather than profound. Married forever, happily forever, ये सब चीजें होती है ना, happily married forever. Romantic promises derive emotional force from their impossibility. Immortality renders them literal. A commitment without temporal constraint risks becoming meaningless because it ceases to be a sacrifice. ठीक है ना? तो मतलब आपने त्याग किया अपने जीवन में. समझिए इस बात को, इसको मतलब समझे कि अगर कोई कमिटमेंट ऐसा है जिसमें कि टेम्पोरल कांस्टेंट नहीं है, मतलब कि वो ना कंस्ट्रेंट नहीं है, मतलब कि वो ख़त्म नहीं होगा किसी दिन, तो ये चीज़ मीनिंगलेस हो जाएगी अगर अगर इसमें त्याग की भावना ना हो. समझ में आ रही बात? त्याग की भावना है इसीलिए तो हम प्यार को बड़ा मानते हैं कि प्यार बहुत सेक्रेड है, बहुत ये है, क्यों? क्योंकि हम त्याग कर रहे होते हैं बहुत चीज़ों का, है ना? और वो त्याग इम्पोर्टेंट क्यों है? बिकॉज वी हैव वेरी लेस लाइफ left, we know that we are going to die one day, so we are sacrificing a lot to be with one person. But if we are not going to die, then we are not sacrificing anything, right? Well, however, immortality might simply mutate love rather than annihilate it. Annihilate is totally destruction. Emotional systems adapt. Humans already sustain relationships of varying intensities across decades, shifting in and out of roles as partners, friends, rivals, and strangers. Immortality might encourage episodic rather than lifelong bonds, a series of emotional phases rather than a single enduring arc. Paradoxically, this could stabilize love by reducing the pressure to make it permanent. If endings are no longer tragic but reversible, love may gain a new fluidity, free from the anxiety of loss but still anchored by meaningful choice. Ultimately, the question collapses into a deeper one. Is love a response to limited time? Okay, in the end, बात कोई भी theory prove नहीं कर पाई. Is love a response to limited time, incomplete beings, or social narratives? If the answer includes all three, then immortality would neither extinguish nor preserve it. It would transform it into something unrecognizable, shaped less by fear of loss and more by the infinite horizon against which humans must now define meaning. Thanks, Ankit. You are the one who understood this. I think a lot of you understood this, but take care. You have been vocal about it. Thanks for saying that. जिंदगी के साथ जिंदगी की बात LIC क्या है यार, इतनी मतलब इतनी बढ़िया सुंदर सी बात को तुमने LI, चलो ठीक है, एज यू से. Well, how do you guys like the like this? Hmm? Here we go. The first question. The passage most strongly suggests that immortality would render love obsolete? No. Reshape love? Yes. Strengthen emotional bonds? Not sure. Increase stability? Not sure. But reshape love, that is for sure. We don't know what kind of love it will be, but it will be something. All right. Now, next. Which of the following um, can be most reasonably inferred about cultural narratives of love? Cultural narratives. They derive emotional impact from the inevitability of endings. They'll remain unchanged even if human lifespans extend indefinitely. Cultural narratives. So if there is an ending, there's an ending, narratives, okay, because things end, that is why this narrative is actually holds some kind of significance, right? But if it extends in indefinitely, then the narratives will remain unchanged. Can I say that? Endings gives endings when endings is basically they shape up the narratives. Okay, let's see, read others also. They function independently of biological or psychological drivers. ये बात तो सही है, but can we infer that? Not really. ये psychological drivers की बात नहीं है. Primarily exists to reinforce reproductive pair bonding, not mentioned explicitly anywhere. A और B में क्या चूज करना चाहिए? Derive emotional impact from the inevitability of endings. वो तो खत्म होगा ही, तो एक emotional impact है. They'll remain unchanged even if human lifespans extend indefinitely. So obviously A will be correct one because they derive emotional impact from the inevitability. क्योंकि अंत होगा, इसीलिए उस प्यार की महत्व है. Okay. Now next, the author introduces psychology primarily to साइकोलॉजी क्यों उन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किया था? साइकोलॉजी इंट्रोड्यूस देखो यहाँ पे हुआ है, इवोल्यूशनरी साइकोलॉजिस्ट. इससे पहले बात चल रही थी, ये सब बातें चल रही थी बायोलॉजी वगैरह की, तो साइकोलॉजी आया. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली इट वाज अबाउट साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लेनेशन खत्म करने के लिए. डेमोन्स्ट्रेट दैट लव ओरिजिनेटेड एज प्रैक्टिकल सर्वाइवल स्ट्रेटजी. नहीं, ये तो बायोलॉजिकल हो गया. कॉन्ट्रास्ट बायोलॉजिकल एक्सप्लेनेशंस एग्जैक्टली. तो इन्होंने साइकोलॉजिकली इन्होंने जो बायोलॉजिकल एक्सप्लेनेशंस ऑफ सर्वाइवल स्ट्रेटजी है उसको चैलेंज किया है. तो इसीलिए इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि चलो, जो पिछला जो थॉट प्रोसेस था उसको उसको हमने अब बताया कि नहीं, biological explanations are not enough, we need to have psychological as well. Argue immortality would undermine all emotional attachments. Show reproduction is central purpose of love. ये तो बोला ही नहीं गया. ये भी indirectly बोला गया है, but it directly है कि because just after the biological explanations comes the psychological one. Nice and what? Very deep as for single folks. यार ये सबके लिए है, सिंगल फोक्स के लिए नहीं है ब्रो. दिस इज सच एन हाईली इवोल्यूशनरी साइकोलॉजिकल पैसेज. लोग उसको यू गाइस आर रिड्यूसिंग इट टू ऑब्सक्योरिटी. ओके. Most frequently claim that immortality would destabilize love's evolutionary foundations. Weaken the claim. Studies show emotional bonding persists in species with long lifespans. यही है सच. बहुत लंबे साल जीते हैं वो भी इमोशनल बॉन्डिंग करते हैं, तो ये सही है. अच्छा, तो आगे देख लेते हैं. एडवांसेस इन रिप्रोडक्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी रिड्यूस डिपेंडेंस ऑन पेयर बॉन्डिंग. ये तो बोला ही. अच्छा, ये अगर सही होगा तो क्या ये इसको वीक करेगा? विच क्लेम इमोर्टैलिटी वुड डिस्टेबलाइज लव्स इवोल्यूशनरी फाउंडेशंस. There is very narrow option, just talking about technology, nothing else. Psychological attachment has been observed in individuals with no desire for children. Evolutionary foundation is not just parental thing, it's also cooperation. ये सिर्फ reproduction की बात कर रहा है. Cultures with declining fertility rate still report strong romantic commitment. बात फिर से वही कर रहा है, तो यही ऐसा है जो इसको weaken करेगा. Okay. All right. Mm. It won't destabilize. अब immortality के सबसे करीब कौन है? Immortality तो है नहीं. The closest one is one who has got long lifespan. In fact, humans are also, they also come, human is such a species which comes in the long lifespans. पता है ना बात? हमारा अच्छा खासा जीवन है यार, बहुत बड़ा है. 4 on 4 so very good, nice, well done. Others, what are your scores? पता है मेरी एनर्जी भी लूज हो रही है कि मैं पिछले 48 घंटे में 3 घंटे ही सोया हूँ, लेकिन रुकना नहीं है. सिंबद द सेलर जहाज में जब चला, मेरे साथ गाँव जहाँ बैठे वहां पे, उसका जहाज घिरा तूफानों में. मेरे यार सुन लो, फिर भी ना आई कमी उसके अरमानों में. वो सपनों का हमरा ही था, वो लहरों का समथिंग था. उसके थे जो सपने, वही उसके थे अपने. ऐसा सिंबाद द सेलर. All of us are Simbads, and we have sailed through uh, 5.5 hours already. Wow, we've sailed through it. Yes, I think this is a nice time to take a break, wash your faces. हाँ अंकित, मज़ा तो आया था. मूड हो गया था. कॉफी बनाते हैं एक और. I think you also guys need a break. Do you? After the break, we'll start with some rapid fires and then the next RC. All right, चलो मिलते हैं. मैंने ब्रेक का भी एक बना दिया था. लोगों ने वो बनाया था ना कुछ, ऑन गोइंग ब्रेक बनाया था कि नहीं बनाया था? अच्छा नहीं, ज़रूरत ही नहीं है उसकी तो. ऑलराइट. I'm going invisible and unmute. All right, here I am back. Bang. Hey guys, I'm visible. Everyone, mark your presence. New people, if there's some new people, hello to them. We have been live for last um, 5.5 hours, done loads of questions, beautiful questions with trap answers and everything. So I would suggest those who joined recently to watch the recording. Okay. And tomorrow we have a 12 hours LRDI marathon. I hope you have not forgotten that yet. And I have made half of the content already. So here we go. And as the break is over, we'll be going ahead with the third rapid fire of para summary. By the way, what I'm thinking that after playing two rapid fires, we'll stop the stream. We won't go till 12 hours. I will have a part two of the same stream. All right, because um, the number of questions that I had to do are almost over, है ना? तो कल क्या है? LRDA का 12 घंटे का है, वो करना है, तो इसको हम करके ख़त्म करेंगे. आई थिंक 1 hour मोर. ओके, चलो. द टाइम स्टार्ट्स. इस बार मैं 10 मिनट नहीं दूंगा, 8 मिनट दूंगा 5 सवालों के लिए. ठीक है. एल्जर भी ज़्यादा. हाँ भाई, एग्जैक्टली. कर लेते हैं इसको भी. चलो, लेट्स स्टार्ट. हियर वी गो. दिस टाइम इट्स नॉट पैराजम्बल्स गाइस, इट्स पैरासमरीज. हाँ, पैरासमरी ना. हाँ, ठीक तो है, पैरासमरीज. पैराजम्बल हो चुका है. For para summary, you might require more time. Anyways, I'll give in the end 2 minutes extra. Kushi trick for what? Once this is over, I'll explain. That will be the trick. I'll explain the tricks over there. अभी आई क्या तुम? The screen is flickering. Is it happening for everyone? No, I think it's fine now. Next question. खुशी, जब मैंने explain this, I'll explain it to you. फिलहाल अभी solve करो. All right. So I think all of you have done it. Let's go to the solutions and tell me how much have you scored. First says, much has rightly been made of the problem of political polarization. So the technique here is, Kushi, that you need to jot down the key ideas and then look at the option which encompasses most of the key ideas. That's the only technique. Okay. So when I solve this, you'll be able to know it better. Much has rightly been made of the problem of political polarization, but not nearly as much has been said about the problem of political homogenization. Okay. Both are toxic to public discourse. While the former, when you say former, that means political polarization. Okay, I'll just write it here. Polarization and then homogenization. Okay. Both political. They're toxic to public discourse. While the former makes for awkward conversations at the family dinner table, the latter buries difficult conversations. Okay, so पहला जो है that begins conversations which are awkward. जैसे हम बात करते हैं, सुना होगा है ना, घर में खाना खाते टाइम डिनर टेबल, बिल्कुल सिंपल बात है जो हर कोई सुन रहा होगा कि भाजपा की बात, कांग्रेस की बातें, ये पॉलिटिकल जो पोलराइजेशन है वो बातें होती रहती हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही हैं आजकल तो, है ना। जो होमोजेनाइजेशन है वहाँ पे क्या होता है कि यहाँ पे ये सारी बातों को, ये बातें खत्म हो जाती है कि चल नहीं यार, सब होमोजेनस होना चाहिए, पॉलिटिकल थॉट एक जैसा होना चाहिए, सो वहाँ खत्म हो जाती है। when agreement is sought without a decent discussion, opinion corridors form limiting the range of ideas tolerated in public discourse. Where all views are not heard in appropriate discussion, the only alternative is inappropriate discussion, and populist rhetoric cuts through this muffled discussion culture like a hot knife through butter as the pent up need to be heard surfaces. Okay, so here, what is populism? Something which um, pacifies or in a way kind of links to or syncs to um, population, multiple people, kind of popular. That is where populist comes in. Rhetoric. What is rhetoric? Rhetoric is a statement or a group of statements which do not make much sense, but still they are said. So populist rhetoric cuts through this muffled discussion. So basically, what is happening when political homogenization? This is something which has been, talked about, starts with polarization, but then is homogeneity of politics. Both are toxic. One starts the conversation, other ends, buries it. So basically, when the conversations happen, some conversations are appropriate, but there is no closure to appropriate conversation. When that happens, then inappropriate discussions start happening, and that is how the populist rhetoric cuts through this muffled discussion कि जो चीज वही जो हर किसी को पसंद आएगी वही बात बोली जाएगी। ये बात समझ गए? तो देखते हैं। तो going to populist, these are the key ideas. Let's see the options one by one. Political ambivalence is as harmful to public discourse as political polarization. ये बात सही है। Hmm. By subduing discussion, political homogenization is can lead to rise of populism. Okay. Now, political ambivalence is basically homogeneity only, but it's an altogether a new technical word that has been used. And that is why we cannot go for A, because, okay, let's see further. When opinions cross the political spectrum is not heard, public discourse is crippled. Political homogenization is as much a cause for rise of populism as political polarization. Now, D is totally wrong because the rise of populism is through homogeneity, not through polarization. ओके, सो इट्स एज मच अ कॉज नहीं है, वही इकलौता एक कॉज है। ठीक है, तो डी तो बिल्कुल गलत हो गया, वो बात ही गलत है। अब इसमें कौन सा बेस्ट होगा हमें समझना है ना। पॉलिटिकल एम्बिवेलेंस, when you say ambivalence is also when you say ambivalence, that means you believe in all the ideologies. Okay, all the ideologies, be it polarization, be it homogeneity, you believe in both. So when it's a political ambivalence and then this is political polarization, so this is something which is not this is incomplete, or maybe more information which is not even required. तो होना क्या चाहिए था कि पॉलिटिकल पोलराइजेशन से ज़्यादा पॉलिटिकल होमोजेनेशन ज़्यादा ज़्यादा खतरनाक हो जाती है आगे चल के। शुरुआत बोले दोनों सेम है, लेकिन होमोजेनाइजेशन के कारण ही आगे चल के डिस्कशंस होते हैं, एंड देन पीपल कैन बिकम द पॉपुलिस्ट रिटोरिक इज वन दैट surfaces. So we will, that is why if I look at A, which is political ambivalence, which is swinging both sides, would not be capturing the entire essence. Now coming to B and C, तो यहाँ पे क्या है कि डिस्कशन को सबड्यू किया कर दिया जाता है बिकॉज ऑफ पोलराइजेशन। फिर होमोजेनाइजेशन के कारण जब डिस्कशन क्लोजर नहीं मिलता तो लोग उस पर बातचीत करना शुरू करते हैं। दैट इज हाउ पॉपुलिज्म राइजेस। सो rise of populism is very important. All these ideas must be taken care of, which has been done only in B, not in A, because B में डिस्कशन सबड्यू किया गया कि पोलराइज थे, होमोजेनाइज किया गया, सब लोग एक जैसे बात करेंगे, और क्लोजर नहीं मिला तो पॉपुलिज्म भी आ गया। सो बी इज द ओनली वन कैप्चर्स द एसेंस ऑफ एवरीथिंग। ग्रेट, क्लियर। Now, next. Tamsin Blanchard, curator of Fashion Open Studio, an initiative by a campaign group showcasing the work of ethical designers. मैं keywords mark कर दे रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। Initiative by campaign group, ठीक है। Designer says we are all drawn to an exquisite piece of embroidery, a colorful textile, or even a style of dressing that might have originated from another heritage. But this map-by mentality, where all of culture and history is up for grabs as inspiration, has accelerated since the proliferation of social media, where one fashion student might research the history and traditions of a particular item of clothing. With care and respect, we now have a world where images are lifted from image libraries without a care for their cultural significance. It's easier than ever to steal a motif or a craft technique and transfer it onto a piece of clothing that is either mass produced or appears on a runway without credit or compensation to their original communities. ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे ना बात ये की गई है कि जो लोग फैशन, बेसिकली एक फैशन की बात हो रही है। सो दिस इज हैपनिंग इन ऑल द एस्पेक्ट्स, इन ऑल द डोमेन्स। व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, बिकॉज information is readily available, so a lot of people can lift the images, can lift the information without knowing the cultural significance in fashion. Sometimes it happens in fashion, right? Like embroidery is there, chicken curry is there, it's Lucknow's handwork. So there are a lot of cultural things which do not get associated because the images are readily available throughout the internet, isn't it? Right? When it is throughout the internet, then cultural significance is somehow overlooked, and people start stealing the ideas without giving any credit to people, or even the compensation, neither the credit nor the compensation. They are the key ideas. Let's see. Media has encouraged mass production. Images are copied effortlessly without care or concern for the interests of ethnic communities. Okay. Cultural collaboration is the need of the hour. Beautiful design ideas of indigenous people need to be showcased and shared worldwide. Now, B looks like a solution to the above problem, right? It doesn't look like the summary, so B will be eliminated. Coming to C, taking fashion ideas from any cultural group without their consent is a form of appropriation without giving due credit, compensation, and respect. C is the best one. Why? See, A also looks correct, but A doesn't talk about fashion outrightly, where C talks about fashion. So all the key ideas have been mentioned in C, not in A. That is why. अच्छा, D क्या बोल रहा है? Copying an embroidery design or pattern of textile from native communities who own them is a tantamount to stealing, and they need to be compensated. Hmm, देखो ये भी अगेन एक solution है, they need to be compensated. That doesn't mean, that doesn't summarize the paragraph entirely. So D also looks like a correct summary, but it's again very narrow, as Pahi said. We'll go with C. All right, is that clear? खुशी समझ में आ रहा है क्या कर रहा है? सारे की आइडियाज जिसमें जाएंगे, मोस्टली जो की आइडियाज जिसमें मिलेंगे वही हमें उठाना है। ओके, now language is an autapomorphy found only in our lineage. Now what is autapomorphy? We'll tell you that. बताओ। मैं एग्जांपल दूं एक, जैसे कि ऑटोमॉर्फी, ऑटो सेल्फ, morphy is a form, automorphy is something that is that the form is very much confined to a single species. um, तो यही चीज़ है कि लैंग्वेज जो है सिर्फ हमारे लीनिएज में है, मतलब इंसानों के लीनिएज में है। इसका मतलब ये है, समझे? पिछले का आंसर सी था। हम्म। जैसे कि क्या एग्जांपल दूं यार, मैं समझ में आ रहा है। जैसे लैंग्वेज जो है वो केवल हमारे इसमें है, प्रॉपर वेल डेवलप्ड लैंग्वेज। even if the primates, our apes, chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutan, and even the small insects have some kind of and dolphins have sonar, radiation, all that stuff is there, right? खुशी ये नहीं बोल सकते कि लास्ट थ्री लाइन्स ऑफ पैरा इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये जनरलाइज करना ठीक बात नहीं है। हाँ, कीवर्ड्स इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये बात सही है। सो अब तीन ही लाइन और किसी ऐसा पैराग्राफ में तो क्या करोगी? लास्ट थ्री लाइन सिर्फ फर्स्ट थ्री लाइन्स है, दैट इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी, राइट? ओ मिलिन, ओके। सो एंथ्रोपो ऑटोपोमॉर्फी लैंग्वेज जैसे कि हमारे में वेल डेवलप्ड है, तो एनीथिंग विच इज पर्टिकुलर टू वन सिंगल स्पीशीज even in a large group, that is autopomorphy. So language is this found only in our lineage and not shared with other branches of our own group as primates. The example भी यही दे रखा है इसने जो बोल रहा था, ठीक है? We also have no definitive evidence that any species other than Homo sapiens ever had language. मतलब हमसे पहले जो humans थे, इनफैक्ट होमो निएंडरथल्स, क्रो मैग्नॉन मैन, होमो इरेक्टस, ऑस्ट्रेलोपिथिकस, सुने नाम ये सारे, ये सब ह्यूमंस थे हमसे पहले वाले। However, it must be noted straight away that language is not a monolithic entity, but rather a complex. When I say monolithic, lith means stone in Greek, mono means singular. तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि एक स्टोन पे बेसिकली it's not single. It is a complex bundle of traits that must have evolved over a significant time frame. Moreover, language crucially draws on aspects of cognition long established in the primate lineage, such as memory. The language faculty as a whole comprises more than just uniquely linguistic features. तो यहाँ पे ये बात करी जा रही है कि लैंग्वेज जो है वो कैसे बनी है। तो लैंग्वेज इज फॉर्म्ड विथ मेमोरी, राइट? दैट इज देयर। और इसी के थ्रू कॉम्प्लिकेटेड स्ट्रक्चर्स लेयर्स बनते गए और लैंग्वेज बन गई। एक बात ये कही गई है इसमें। दूसरा ये भी कह रहे हैं कि सिर्फ ह्यूमंस के अंदर ये चीज़ है, बट मोर इम्पोर्टेंट इज हाउ लैंग्वेज इज फॉर्म्ड, नॉट दैट ओनली ह्यूमंस हैव इट। लेट्स लुक एट द ऑप्शंस। Language derived trait only found in humans has evolved over time and involves memory. B. Language distinctively human feature as there is no evidence of existence of language in any other species. C. Language evolved with linguistic traits building on cognitive features such as memory. Language is not a single entity but the result of a long and complex process of evolution. बताओ कौन सा सही होगा इसमें से? Milind, D looks correct. That was is the same. Okay, let's look at D, which you're saying is correct. Not a single entity, तो ये monolithic वाला बात इसमें आ गया। Result of a long and complex process of evolution. एक बात पता है यहाँ पे, ये जो इवोल्यूशन है ना, ये तुम लोगों ने खुद इमेजिन कर लिया। ये एक ट्रैप ट्रैप ऑप्शन था। कहीं भी इवोल्यूशन की बात नहीं करी गई है, यहाँ पे करी गई है क्या? नहीं करी गई है। इवोल्यूशन तब तुम तब बोलोगे जब बात सही है, वो सही है, बट पैराग्राफ के अंदर वो नहीं है. Do you understand that? So evolution is like, I would say, temporal aspect of this paragraph. It's there, but it's not mentioned, so we cannot look at this. This is the reason this can be eliminated. I'm not saying B is wrong, but that's the reason which probably you guys have missed. You just have imagined based on your knowledge. So, this is what happens when you are already knowledgeable about certain things. ठीक है. Evolved over a time frame बोला गया है, इसलिए evolution है. Okay, that's a good thing. Very good, Milit. और कुछ लग रहा है? अच्छा, बी की बात करें अगर, तो बी सेज डिस्टिंक्टिवली ह्यूमन फीचर नो एविडेंस ऑफ अदर लैंग्वेज, तो ये चीज़ ना एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी. अरे तो तुम बी पता नहीं क्यों बोल रही हो कि इसके अंदर ना लैंग्वेज कैसे बनी है उस बारे में बात नहीं करी गई है. बी तो पक्का एलिमिनेटेड है. डी एलिमिनेट नहीं किया मैंने अभी. ए लैंग्वेज डिराइव ट्रेट फाउंड ओनली इन ह्यूमंस हैज इवॉल्व्ड ओवर टाइम एंड इन्वॉल्व्स मेमोरी. सिर्फ ह्यूमंस में मिल रहा है, ये बात सच हो गई है. अम, बाकी प्राइमेट्स में नहीं है, किसी और में नहीं है. अच्छा, तो इसलिए ए सही लग रहा होगा, है ना अभी? राइट अभी? और एक बात पता है, यहाँ भी एक बहुत ही तगड़ा ट्रैप है. यू नो व्हाट द ट्रैप इज? इट सेज ह्यूमंस, एंड यू नो हु आर ह्यूमंस? Everything that comes under homo genus is humans, which can be homo sapiens, homo neanderthalis, etc., etc., etc. बात समझ में आई? तो यहाँ बोल रहा है कि सिर्फ होमो सेपियंस में थी, सारे ह्यूमंस में नहीं थी. इसका मतलब ए जो है वो भी गलत हो गया. अगर कुछ ना मिले इससे बेटर तो हम ए मार्क करेंगे. डू यू अंडरस्टैंड? क्या कमाल की बात हो गई रे यहाँ पे. इजंट इट वियर्ड? अच्छा, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. और सी और डी में, लैंग्वेज इवॉल्व विथ लिंग्विस्टिक ट्रेट्स बिल्ड ऑन कॉग्निटिव फीचर्स सच एज मेमोरी. और डी बोल रहा है लैंग्वेज नॉट अ सिंगल एंटिटी बट द रिजल्ट ऑफ अ लॉन्ग एंड कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोसेस ऑफ इवोल्यूशन. ना, इट सेज लॉन्ग एंड कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोसेस ऑफ इवोल्यूशन. बाय द वे, इवोल्यूशन की बात तो सी में भी की गई है. सो पीपल हु थिंक इट्स बिकॉज ऑफ इवोल्यूशन दैट यू हैव मार्क्ड डी, सी ऑल्सो हैज यूज्ड इवोल्यूशन. नाउ व्हाट? मिलिंद, अभी, क्या लगता है अब? ये तो प्रॉब्लम हो गई, बहुत बड़ी वाली. अब क्या चूज करें, सी या डी? ठीक है, चलो आगे देखते हैं. इवोल्यूशन इज कॉमन टू बोथ सी एंड डी. व्हाट इज नॉट कॉमन? C talks about cognitive features and give the example as memory. D talks about a complex process of evolution. What that complex process is, we don't really know. यहाँ पे पैसेज में कॉम्प्लेक्स बंडल ऑफ ट्रेड्स बोला गया है, कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोसेस नहीं बोला गया है. गेटिंग इट? सो लैंग्वेज इन इटसेल्फ इज अ कॉम्प्लेक्स बंडल of traits. It doesn't say that it's a complex process. Getting it? So because we have complex process here, D would not be suitable. Even if C looks narrow, it still is in sync with what author has to say. So C is correct, not D. Cool. तुमने कॉम्प्लेक्स बंडल ऑफ ट्रेड्स जो बोल रहे हो अरित्रो, और उस अभी लेट आया कमेंट मेरे पास, पर मैंने पहले ही इसे एक्सप्लेन कर दिया. How is that? I would say this is the kind of para summary which shakes your confidence in knowing and feeling that you are good at parasummary. But I'm not here to discourage you. All I'm saying is that you need to be very, very, very careful in parasummaries. That too, when the given words are very less. See, the paragraph in itself is very narrow, isn't it? और इसके अंदर समरी निकाल देना, खुद पैराग्राफ 3 लाइन का है, एक लाइन की समरी निकालने का मतलब क्या है ना, कि बहुत ही ज़्यादा नैरो होगी वो. ओके ना, टू मी अ क्लासिक means precisely the opposite of what my predecessors understood. A work is classical by reason of its resistance to contemporaneity and supposed universality, by reason of its capacity to indicate human particularity and difference in that past epoch. The classic is not what. यार यहाँ ना पहले से ऑप्शन मार्क हो चुका है, पहले से मार्क है. न्यू वुमेन यूनिवर्सल कॉन्टेम्परेरी यूनिफाइड ह्यूमन कॉन्शियसनेस, वही एक्चुअली इन्होंने लिखा भी हुआ है. ट्रूथफुली पुट, already present in the past, meshes in illusion, everything has been like me. Class what gives access to radically different forms of human consciousness for any given generation of readers. That expands for them the range of possibilities of what truly means to be human being. So it goes beyond universal, contemporary, and it is unified human consciousness. C is correct. All right. ये PYQ एक्चुअली ये मैंने नहीं बनाया था, है ना. ऑलराइट. Aditi, अभी right now I've come to my hometown. So with my parents, I don't know which coffee is it. My mom has given me a bit of it in a bottle so that I can use it. I don't know which one is it. But back in Delhi, I was using Davidoff. But I'm awake not because of coffee. So I said that I'm going to brew some coffee, but I did not. On the contrary, I brewed some tea, premixed tea. Well, so let's go to Parajumbles rapid fire. 4, 8 minutes. Okay, not 10. 2 मिनट नहीं मिलेगा इस पे. 8 minutes से 5 से 1.6 minutes, which makes it 1 minute and 36 seconds. Mahi. Okay. By the way, this is the last thing. You can stay. Probably it's be over in next 10 to 15 minutes, the session. So let's start. Next. Ankit, yeah, you are not well. You can sleep, otherwise you'll fall sick. No? कल जगना है, पूरा सो के आना। कल बहुत खतरनाक सेशन होने वाला है। एलआरई आई, मैं खुद नहीं बोलूंगा, तुम लोग कल बताना। बट आई समहाउ थिंक बड़े प्यारे सेट्स बने हैं। कल देखते हैं। तो रेडी हो गया ना, है ना, कल के लिए। नेक्स्ट। कल जग रहता है, हाँ। नेक्स्ट। 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 That's all. Let's go through the questions now. Okay, so the idea is to look at the smallest, shortest sentence. At least in the rich world, at least in the rich world, what happened to my pencil? अरे लिखना ही बंद कर दिया इसने तो. That's discharged. Anyways, so it says elite American colleges are now. मैं बिना लिखे करूँ कैसे यार? It's impossible for me to function without this writing. Should I just tell you the answer key? The pencil is discharged. आंसर की बता दूं, वैसे भी ये PYQs हैं. For this, it's CBAD. All right. इसका है आंसर CBAD. Okay. दूसरे का है the next one. DCAB. DCAB. All right. Milind not explaining anymore, just telling you the answer key. Then we have ACBD. Expressions say a lot. That's right. I won't go against that. Okay. Where were we? Which one? Hate speech. I told you, right? DCAB. For this, it's DCAB. After that, next one, the main driving force. It's ACDB. Then it's BDCA. For 14th, it's BDCA. After that, we have the next one, 15th. This is ADBC. ADBC. After that, it's ACBD. ACBD. Then we have CADB. CADB. Next, CABD. CABD. All right. Then we have CDBA. CDBA. Then we have CADB. BD. For 20th, it's CA, BD. For 21st, it's CA, BB, CA, DB. For 22nd, एक मिनट रुक जाओ. जस्ट अ मोमेंट. यार थोड़ा सा ना गड़बड़ हो गया है. Just a moment. Comments have the potential to spam. Elite Americans hate speech. Just a moment. ये मैंने बता दिया था. ठीक है. Delisting वाला बता दिया था. फिर मैंने ये बता दिया था. 19th बताया था मैंने. हाँ. 18 तक ठीक है. 19 से थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमैटिक था. In fact, यहाँ प्रॉब्लम है. 18th you can skip because the 5 sentences, some sentences come from somewhere. 17 तक ठीक है. 18th को करना ही नहीं है. ओके मिलिंद. यही गड़बड़ हुआ है इसीलिए पूरी लिस्ट हुआ. ठीक है. सो 17 तक ठीक था. आई जस्ट टेल यू 19 20 21 22. ओके. जस्ट अ मोमेंट. 19th का DCBA. DCBA 19th का just correct it. After that it's DBCA, DBCA. None. After that it's BDAC. For this 21st, BDAC. And then for 22nd it's ADCB. ADCB. All right. So that's all for today. And tomorrow we'll be meeting for a huge session of LRDI, a marathon, in which we'll be doing around 24 sets. Okay. With 2 marathons back to back. 24 sets we'll be doing. Okay. And I think you can see something on screen. What does it say? The world is yours. Go take it. All right. Bye bye, everyone. It's nice training you guys for this wonderful session, which all of us were part. And we'll keep this tradition going on till your cat is there. Okay. आदित्य, कैट पे वाई चीज करेंगे. कुछ सेट्स और भी हैं. ऑब्वियसली सारे सेट्स तो मैं एलआरडीए की नहीं बना पाऊंगा इतने कम टाइम में, मतलब एक सेट बनाने में एक दिन लगता है। तो पीवाईक्यूज ही हैं, लेकिन मैंने उसको बहुत ज़्यादा ट्वीक कर दिया है इंफॉर्मेशन को। तो it will feel new, but yeah, they are, and that's I think the best kind of sets one can have, because that will be giving you the exact idea how cat throws or makes sets, throws questions at you. All right, please have a set like USBs. Yeah, and from tomorrow I'm gonna, kind of look better, wash my face, comb my hair, and because the moment I switched on the camera, I thought like, okay, I look like a living zombie, because for the last 12 days I have slept for combined 40 hours, not more than that. Okay, so I think my brand of coffee is focus, determination, and sheer will. John Wick style. Okay, that is my brand of coffee. Focus, commitment, and sheer will. All right. Okay then. Take care. Bye bye. Good night. I will be. I'll see you again. कल ही कल टाइम जो है मैं सोच रहा हूँ 9 बजे का रात का, but let's see if we can start early and finish early, so that it'll be 12 hours for sure. And yeah, we will have questions, all sorts of questions which can come in CAT. I'll be discussing that tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Yeah, it's good night, everyone. Take care.